Okay, well, I think I spent like half an hour doing something that didn't make any sense to do. So, you know, at least there's that. Let's see. Got all my stuff. Don't want to look at that. Today we got a new card. I think we only got the one new card, but I got 2 copies of it. So we can make the new deck, but then I'm going to do some other stuff. I built this deck just to like win without using an EX in that new thing. So don't need that anymore because I already completed that aspect of it. Also, okay. It seems so much louder than it usually is to me. Switched order of card games? Yeah, today I already have more Hearthstone in the bank, so I don't need more. But, we need more Pocket. So anyways, we got a new Jigglypuff today. Yesterday? Here it is. And it's better than the previous one. So I'm going to start off with this deck. But then I'm going to play some... Oh. Just like how many Koga, how many... I guess I'm not going to do Potion. Why does it not let me subtract the second Potion? It's so strange. Is it loud for you guys? Feels loud for me. Is it loud for you guys? I think that's better. I think this is my normal like audio volume. And I turned it up for a reason that I don't remember. Marshy, have you finished Arcane yet, or when do you plan if you haven't? Renee is back on Tuesday, and I will watch it then. So, Koga, Sabrina. Can I actually fit everything if I just don't play potions? So, X-Speed, Pokeball, Professor's Research, and then we can go 2 Giovanni and 2 Koga, right? Everything just kind of fits together. Do we want to have potions? I could cut a Geo and a Koga. So I don't think I need 2 Koga, and I don't think I need 2 Geo. So maybe that's what I'll do. And then we can have potions. I'm coming around a little on potion. Like, I still don't love it, but like, yeah. You really liked it? Nice. Is Weezing good because 0 damage and Koga to switch out for free? It's good because poison and 30 damage for 1 energy is really good on stage 1. And the fact that you can use its gas leak ability without having to invest an energy into it is a plus as well. What kind of coffee do Martians enjoy? This is a white chocolate. I actually am going to go to the restroom. I probably should have done this before I went live, but like I was trying to figure out a problem that didn't actually exist for like half an hour. So anyways, I'll be right back. So yeah, this seems pretty good, right? I hope the next site gives us more than 3 good items. Yeah, me too. I don't see Twitch notifications, but I'm glad you dual stream now so I can get the YouTube notification and head to Twitch. Interesting. I wonder, like, do I have it set to not give Twitch notifications? Or do you just not get Twitch notifications? Alright, that ought to be good. And then in a bit, I want to play some non-EX decks, one of which will be Monarchy, so I guess I'll just build that now. But there's something people are doing where they're going into private matches and doing no EX, and it's just a way to play without playing any EXs. So I tested that out. So I'm using the fancy versions. I tested that out the other day, and I found a match with someone playing no EXs. So I was like, oh, maybe I will stream that. Seems pretty cool. Where's my Meowth? Did I already add it? I did. Alright, cool. So I have 10 slots left over. We'll do the normal auto include 6 from here, leaving us with 4. So we could go. Let's see, what's our breakpoints on? Oh, I didn't add the evolutions yet. Hold on. Wouldn't that have been funny? Nidoran, Tribal. There we are. Okay, so I actually have room for nothing. And is that okay? I guess I'd like a Sabrina. So that's call for family. And it's not going to be like with EXs. Could I just cut these out and run a couple Sabrina? I don't know, seems questionable to me. What did I play in the last one? Oh my goodness. I might have only done one Meowth. That might have been part of it. We could try no Meowth with Sabrina now that the format will be a little slower, since this is for no EXs. Sounds like a good mode for Blaine, but is Blaine fun? Will I play Hearthstone today or only Pocket? Only Pocket today. Can you evolve Pikachu EX into Raichu? You cannot. Oh, I could do a electric deck with... Wonder how that would do. Like a no... Like a Lieutenant Surge deck without Pikachu EX in it. Like, I wonder how that would do on YouTube, right? Like... Beep, beep, boop, boop. Beep, beep, boop, boop. And we'd have 8 slots left over if I did it like that. Wonder how good that is. So we would need 2 Lieutenant Surge for this to be worth it. I assume we'd want Sabrina. Then we don't have enough for other stuff. So I have to start making some decisions at this point. We could ditch the Electrode. That doesn't seem like a good idea. And you have to fit a lot to get everything in, huh? Could go just 1 Voltage Charge. Like, we could cut a Magneton and a Raichu. I guess we just don't run Sabrina. I think that's the cut. And then we can run the 3 important trainers. Alright. Okay, because, like, it doesn't really matter Sabrinaing as much, right? Because everything is going to get knocked out by Raichu in this mode. Okay. And then I guess I'd want one more. What's another good one? What's another good, like... This card doesn't see any play because it's not an EX and it needs to be. Card. I actually don't have 2 Victory Bell, interesting. I could craft one. So that's Flareon. Only being able to, like, making an Eevee box deck is so awkward because like you can only evolve from one thing, right? Like the Jolteon, it's good. So I already passed the Vaporeon. $60 and heal 30. So that would be lightning, water, and fire. Is it worth doing like Eevee Ditto? How does crafting work? Yeah, it works kind of like Hearthstone, except you get the points just by opening a pack. You don't get to dust anything. I feel like people would want to see an Eevee deck, right? But like, what's the partner? It would have to be a colorless partner, right? If we're running 3 energy types. So like, there's Ditto. Ditto plus Eevee deck with way too many energies, right? Like, isn't that something? Because people are always asking me about Ditto. Water Lightning enables us to do Dragonite, enabled us to do... I don't know if people are running Lightning. I think people are mostly running Fighting in no EX mode, based off my one game and running into a Fighting opponent. You can't uncraft cards, correct. It is I, MartianBuu, a YouTube commenter of all time, come to eat your hat. Uh-oh. Pokemon Pocket is just like saying ATM machine and it... Oh, like, because it's Pokemon... Because Pocket Monsters Pocket. It's like... Pokemon... Pocket Monsters, the game, but in your pocket, because it's in your phone, is the idea, I think. Not like it's Pocket Monsters in your pocket. I think. It's not quite as bad as that. Was Ammonite, Kabuto, Aerodactyl, Water, Fighting, Colorless in the original base and Fossil sets? I don't remember because Fossils sucked so bad back then. Actually, the Aerodactyl was pretty good. It was a Fighting type, and Pokemon couldn't evolve while it was out. Like, just on the field, period. So you could run it in a big basics deck and use it to make sure your opponent couldn't, like, turn into Blastoise or something. Kabutops was Fighting and Amistar was Water. The Pocket Monsters, the trading card game, Pocket digital card game. Exactly, yeah. Alright, so I think I'm gonna go... I guess I'll make a deck of all time and see how it goes. Where is it? Where are you, Ditto? I guess, should I use the fancy Ditto? Like, that Ditto's cute. I think this art is from Fire Red Leaf Green Ditto, but I forget what that even does. Versus the full art, which is... where? Ugh, this looks like crap. The other one's so cute, and this one looks stupid. I'm gonna use the regular one. And which Eevee do we want? I could also just use... I could use full art Eevee, full art Ditto. Is that what the people want? Use both Dittos? I wish. Oh, you mean like one of each? Because I could do that. It sickens me. I wish I could run more than 2 Eevees. In the trading card game, in the paper, I keep saying the trading card game, like this isn't also supposed to be a trading card game. But in the paper game, they are coming out with an Eevee EX that can evolve into things that Eevee can evolve into. So you actually can... soon in the paper TCG run 8 Eevees in your deck for the sake of an Eevee box deck. Alright, so I might cut down on one of each of those, maybe. I think I'll probably run 2 Vaporeon for sure because I can play Misty. And neither of the trainers matters for the rest of that, so... Is it really a trading card game if you can't trade? Yeah, it's not a trading card game yet, is it? It's supposed to be soon. But I guess I'll go Sabrina and Misty, right? Boom. Is that a deck? All right. Now we have 4 decks to play. So let's go play 4 different decks. I'm gonna play the regular deck first, and then we'll do some no EX mode. Alright. Starting off with coughing, going second. Wheezing is actually pretty good if you want to go first, but I mean, like, if you end up going first. Oh, we're up against Wheezing Monarchy, huh? How do you fit all those cards in there? I think a lot of people run, like, 1/1 lines of things. I don't think... I run into a lot of people running off-meta decks, and they're running just ones of everything. Not running a 2 of and at all in their deck. Except maybe trainers, I don't know. Is it more fun to run 1? I think you see that from like Commander and from Highlander in MTG and Hearthstone, so maybe people just do like running 1 of. There's a Highlander mode in Paper Pokemon. I think this is the last like illustration art I'm missing. Like, for, you know, those secret quests for if you collect all they're like such and such pack trainer gallery. I think the only one I'm missing is Wheezing. I think I have all the other ones. Alright, so they would have to Giovanni me again for me to not be able to Koga this Wheezing. So I am going to proceed as if they don't have a second Giovanni. But yeah, there's a Highlander format in the Paper TCG that's starting to become more popular. They call it GLC for Gym Leader Challenge, and the restrictions are, so it's played with the expanded card pool that's black and white on. It has some bans, but you can only have 1 of any card. You can't have any rule box cards, so that extends to A-Spec trainers. And so 1 of any card, no rule box. Yeah, so that would also be like no EXs for those of you who don't play Paper. Look at this sick Koga. And your whole deck has to be the same type as each other. So you run, you know, if you're running a dark deck, all your Pokemon have to be dark. So I actually, like, I have a couple built, and the only opportunity I usually have to play is at a regional. So when I went to Sacramento, I did bring none, but I ended up just playing, like, doing well enough in the side event before and after the main event that it wasn't worth dropping early to play GLC. That's my story about GLC. But I have a dark deck and I have a metal deck. You won't play GLC because you can't play Steelix. I know, right? There's a lot of things like that, especially in metal and in dark. I think metal is the worst one. Well, like, because you can't play Scissor, you can't play Steelix because in order to play a Steelix, you need to play an Onyx, and Onyx doesn't come in Steel type, so... Have they ever printed a fighting Steelix? Like, ever? They've done a dual type Steelix before, where it was fighting and steel. I don't think they've ever done a fighting, like a just straight up fighting Steelix. Ever. Have they? Yeah, my opponent has got to be running like crazy one-ofs. If they have room for the Arbok line too. Jiggly Wiggly gameplay perfect. What up, Erna? I've opened 1 billion Mewtwo packs and still no Giovanni. Unlucky. There is one fighting type Steelix, and I'm not playing that. One, yeah, I have one of each Steelix card. Really? Steelix fighting. Oh yeah, look at it go. When was this? This is from Fusion Strike. So this attack does 20 damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. 3 for 180. They attack does 30 damage to each of your bench Pokemon. This actually seems fine for GLC. Like 3 for 180 knocks out literally everything, and the rage attack is good. I mean, fighting's a little weak, right? Unless you're running the Hitmonchan combo. Huh. Oh, I can't retreat. I need the other Koga. The other Koga would have been sick, huh? Well, I can potion to avoid getting knocked out by poison on my turn, which would have been bad news bears for me. So if I Giovanni, they're going to take 40 at the end of my turn, 50 coming back to mine, 60, 70, it's not going to matter, right? 50 coming back to mine, I would bring up this Weezing, deal 30, they take poison damage. So actually the Giovanni does matter, because they would just retreat out of the poison anyway. So this way they get knocked out by the tackle of my second Weezing. I just like floated in energy. I don't know how much it matters, but like it would make it easier for me to retreat the Weezing if I wanted to. So, I mean, I should have attached it. I'm just so absorbed in thinking about my math and everything I already had in energy, so. It is fine, it just feels wrong. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I take it Steelix is your favorite Pokemon. Steelix is a good favorite, by the way. He's up there for me. Especially, like, I have cards I like because they're, like, they're Pokemon. I have Pokemon I like because they're Pokemon I like. And there are Pokemon I like because they've had cards that I like to play in decks. And Steelix is way high on the list for me as far as cards I've liked to include in decks. Original Steelix, like Neo Steelix, that card was awesome. I played it with Kabutops, and I loved it. And now that I'm looking at rebuilding old format decks, I really want to build a Brock's Ninetail Steelix deck, so you can like put Brock's Protection on the Brock's Ninetails, turn it into the Steelix, and then your opponent can't discard your metal energies. So that's cool. Really? This thing's just gonna knock me out, isn't it? No way. Alright, so if I Sabrina, it might save me a turn. Like, can I, like, really? I've used 1 Pokeball and 1 Professor's Research. We have a Pokeball and 2 Jigglypuff in my deck. Brutal. But yeah, unless they top deck X speed, they shouldn't be able to knock out the Weezing next turn. Here, let me go ahead and not float in energy again. Ended up working out just fine, because I don't need more energy than this. Watch me top deck that Koga. Brutal. Steelix and Skarmory are my 2 favorites. Lost Thunder format in Sun and Moon before Tag Team Steelix had a fun control deck. I think I remember that, because it just had like a ton of HP. Is that what it was? Marshy floating energy. Well, now this game is destined for YouTube's. Yeah. I was confused by Brock's Ninetales, and then I had a Ratatouille-esque flashback to Vulpix in the anime. Yeah. Oh, thank goodness. Alright. So here's the problem with drawing the Jigglypuff now, as opposed to earlier. The problem is I need 3 energy on it to attack with Wigglytuff. So I guess I'm gonna take advantage of my brand new Jigglypuff sleep technology and hope that this makes for an epic gamer moment where I'm able to Jigglypuff, put it to sleep to have it survive enough to become Wigglytuff. Let's see. How do they have so many like what is it? This last card has got to be a Arbok, right? They're not just running in Ekans? No, they evolved it. Never mind. The last card is definitely Nidoking. All right. So if they have 2 Nidokings, that's like 180 damage, right? So like evolving into Wigglytuff doesn't do me any favors. So we really are just using our new Jigglypuff's technology to put them asleep and hope and pray that they actually remain asleep for me to evolve and knock them out next turn. For my YouTube video. For my YouTube video. Please. Yes! New Jigglypuff mattered! Yeah! Old Jigglypuff never got there. Old Jigglypuff never got there, chat. Oh my goodness. That's a YouTube moment of all time. Woke up. Alright. Gonna evolve into Wiggly's. Hit him with the sleepy song. And they get knocked out by poison. You just wanted it more? Exactly. In terms of TCG making Pokemon favorites, I love Pyroar because of the Flash Fire intimidating main. For me, the one Pokemon that gets carried hardest by TCG mechanics is Gardevoir. I've probably had more funny Gardevoir decks in paper TCG than any other Pokemon, and I don't think it's even close. I think Gardevoir just specifically has had archetypes that appeal to me way more than other Pokemon. But even with that precedent over the years, I still don't really care for the Pokemon itself. Like, I don't really like Gardevoir as a Pokemon, just for its own merits, you know. But I've loved so many of its cards that I've started to like Gardevoir cards, right? Like, I'm never going to play with a Gardevoir in the video game. I'm never going to like, well, maybe I would put one on the wall. I don't know. Just because I like the cards so much. But, like, they've had too many awesome Gardevoir archetypes that, like, I look forward to Gardevoir cards, even though I don't really care for the Pokemon that much. Thoughts on Gallade, then? No strong feelings on Gallade. It was only part of, like, one of those Gardevoir decks, so it's like, you know, it's falls into the Gardevoir package, but not even as much excitement about it. First Wiggly. Amazing game to witness, that's what's up. Do they still use arbitrary level numbers in the flavor text to differentiate each version of a Pokemon species? Not as consistently. I forget if they put the levels back on, but they took them off for a long time. We're going second. I mean, like, I have Coughing and Wheezing in hand. We always start with that. I had X speed too. If I'd sent up Jigglypuff first, I could have used Sing and then just X speeded into Wheezing the next turn. Potentially slowed down their energy gathering. I need to keep in mind plays like that because I really want to showcase the Jigglypuff's improvement of this deck, you know? Oh, now we have the Jigglypuff too. Maybe... I mean... Especially now that I've attached the energy. So yeah, it would have been great to just start Jigglypuff, but we're still gonna go for this play. Because it could be very annoying. Unlucky. Insta three tails. Insta three tails. The issue of skill, yeah. Yep, hopefully they have a bigger skill issue than me. MartianBuu, true. True. Show me the tails. I really wish it didn't require you to actually flip the coin. I wish it would just flip it for you, right? Like, it flips the subsequent ones for you. Why not the first one? Alright, if we don't get heads on this sleep, we regret having retreated our Weezing. But it's like we've already come this far, right? Is my cam more sepia color than usual? Is that better? I mean, it might be. My least favorite thing in existence is figuring out, like, my stream lighting. Is that better? Is that the same? Is that worse? I even missed it. Were they asleep? Did they have to miss an attack? Somewhere in the middle was better. It went black and white for a second. Don't wake up. Come on. Get out of town. If I got another X speed, I would retreat for Weezing to finish this off. You're gonna need to do it regardless. More sepia while Jiggly more sleepia. Is the current one good? I feel like I switched it to a good level. You guys made me switch it, so now you have to, you know, help me make sure it's good. Oh my goodness. Player skill issue if I've ever seen it. So the other thing is, well, you know, now they're not coming up with a Charizard and knocking out my Wigglytuff ever, right? Because yeah. We wish it made it manually flip each one. Ugh. Interesting. Oh, they just want to send up the Moltres. Makes sense. Flip the heads to wake up, but tails to actually do anything on their turn. You love to see it. Pound it, Dune. Alright, so We can just put them to sleep, right? And then if they stay asleep, we win. And then because they're attacking with Arcanine next turn, we get another chance to do that. Maybe we have to get extraordinarily unlucky to not win this game, right? Are Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, and Aerodactyl the only mons right now where Colorless takes precedent over their secondary typing? Let me see. So you're saying, like, if they could choose Colorless or the other type where they've opted for Colorless. Pidgeot, both its types are represented by Colorless. Same thing with Fearow. Jigglypuff, correct. Yes. Double is just normal. It's not normal in something. I'm not super familiar with double. But yeah. Okay. So. It's unfortunate that they can send up the Charmeleon to finish it off, huh? I shouldn't have attached that energy, because if I get when I get the Jigglypuff now, yeah, I should have started powering up another Jigglypuff. Luckily, it has the Sing ability, so by ability I mean attack. Opponent might be able to clinch it up after all, depending on how the Sleep Flip goes. Come on, give me a Sleep Flip. For me. Sabrina, though? If I Sabrina, then they send up Charmeleon, and if I put that to sleep, they can evolve out of it. Alright, so I basically need to top deck a Koga. Maybe. If they're just going to retreat that and send up what's-his-face? Charizard? How many X speeds have they used? Just one? Okay, so we actually are in trouble. Didn't get the Koga. I needed a Koga here. Unlucky. Or, like, I could have done with an X speed, but yeah. I'm not too mad because I kind of played that game terrible in a couple spots. I'm gonna go to the restroom, I'll come back and play some better games. I'm back. Welcome back, Commander. Alright. Well, here's the coffee. Here's his friend, other coffee. And there we go. There we go. Not the star you. Anything but the star you, chat. Do you not go in and like their showcase to give them a second shop ticket? No? Am I supposed to? Sounds like a lot of effort after every match. Can I even do that to a random? Alright, we're up against Spiro, Kangaskhan, Staryu. You got really quick at it, you guys? Well, I think just thinking at the end of the match is plenty. I don't know. Wow, my opponents are running some decks of all time. I don't, like, up until, like, for the past couple weeks, right, I've been playing exclusively in that event thing. I wonder if, like, my average opponent in the event was just going to be more likely to play a meta deck, right? But, like, 2 of the 3 things I've played this morning have been, you know, cards decks. With 5 shop tickets max a day, chances are they will easily get all 5 just by playing matches and a wonder pick things or so, right? Unless they change shop ticket max. Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like, eh. Before they refilled the shop, I had stopped thinking at the end of matches too, most of the time, just because there was a like, for the first month, there was a set amount of things that you could even get with shop tickets, and we didn't know when and how often the shop was going to get refilled. So it started to seem pointless to even think at the end of matches, right? Like it is faster just to hit the X, but then they refilled the shop, and so now I've gone back to thanking every time. Someone on Reddit said that thanking after high rolling someone is BM. Yeah, see, like that just, like, shows you how stupid the most BM arguments are, right? Like, when it comes to emoting and stuff, like, I agree with almost nobody who thinks that emoting ever is BM, right? Like, I almost never agree. I think, for the most part, people should just be free to emote, but, like, that really showcases it, right? Because, like, when you thank someone at the end of the match, at least for me, when I thank someone at the end of the match, it is 100% so that they can have a shop ticket, and 0% to actually thank them for the match. Like that, I do not. If they did not get something out of me thanking them at the end of the match, I would never, ever, ever, never click that button. Never do it. Like the animation is not worth, like, you know, saying thanks or whatever. So, so no matter how I feel, unless, like, you know how some people will, like, slow roll you or whatever? If someone's, like, slow rolling me or something, then sometimes I don't click the thank button because I'm not going to give them a ticket for going out of their way to waste my time, right? Like, but win or lose, no matter, like, even if I got rolled, no matter what, no matter how good I think the game was, you know, whether I thought it was a really good game or whether I thought it was, like, a trash game or one of us got rolled, unless my opponent has tried to bother me by deliberately wasting my time, I'm always gonna click the thanks button just so that they can have a ticket. That's the only reason to use the thing, so. If you get tilted by your opponent rolling you, and then you you get upset because they gave you a ticket. I just don't have respect for you as a person, I guess. Like, that's like some next level childishness, I think. Opponents trying to like give you a ticket, you know, and you're like, you're giving me something even though you destroyed me? I think that burning rope spamming emotes before lethal is BM, and that's about it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, that's where I am. As far as emotes are concerned. Like, if you're delaying gameplay to spam emotes, that's BM. But, like, if you're just, like, tossing in an emote here or there, just, you know, even if it's, like, technically rude, I don't have a problem with it. Double jiggle. Jiggly jiggles. Let's go. The Reddit opinions are so funny, it's true. The new promo Jiggly is going to be so fun to unleash against the friends with when paired with Hypno. Just so you can get even more sleep. Sleep your opponent while you sleep them. You called the deck sleep tight? Word. Honestly, I don't even have the mental energy to know if someone who high rolled me thanked me. Right. That's another thing too. You have to like go to the gift thing afterwards. And check. I'm not going to the gift shop, the gift section after every game to see if someone thanked me or not. Like, when my session of playing Pokemon is over, then I'll like click that right before I log off. Accept all and not really pay attention to who did what. Just download the game, which pack to choose. If you want the Pikachu deck, open the Pikachu pack. If you want the Mewtwo deck, open the Mewtwo pack. Well, opponent is... You get a tails, come on. You woke up. You don't deserve heads on Misty. No! Alright, this game isn't for us, chat. I don't think this is our game. We'll give this Jigglypuff a chance. Alright. We'll give this Jigglypuff a chance to get a bunch of heads on sleep while it tries to evolve into Scriggly Buff. But if opponent wakes up, I'm conceding, because if I don't concede, they just win. Oh, nice. Alright. Good job, Jiggly. You just need to do it once more as a Jigglypuff, and then once as a Wigglytuff. And then that Dragonite can come up and blow us out of the water. Actually, I guess the strategy with the Dragonite is going to be Sabrina it up. And then sleep that first, if we can ever find a Wigglytuff. Four heads on Misty can only be compensated by 4 tails in a row on sleep. It's only fair, I agree. My first coin flip in my first match ever was opponent playing Misty for 10 heads. Yeah, that'll color your opinion of the game, huh? Evolve the Dragonite. Come on. My opponent's smart. They won't ever evolve into Dragonite. Oh, well now I can't do anything. I need a lot of stuff. All right, that's a good start. Opponent needs to get tails twice. They need to get tails 3 times in a row here. If any of those are heads, I think I'm just out. Because I need to retreat Jigglypuff, send up Wheezing, and have the Articuno die to poison in order for me to be able to win this game. Oh, don't waste a tails there. Get tails again, please. All right, sick. Okay, so we can get going on the Wheezing here. And all right, so 40, 50, 90, 100, 10, 10. So we need both Giovanni in the next 2 attacks for them to die to sleep. Or if I send up like 120. Oh my goodness. So 110, so 120. 110. Yeah, attacking with the Wigglytuff is just gonna knock it out. So I really need them to get even more tails on this sleep here, and then for me to they forget they're still asleep. Like, you can be asleep and poisoned. Oh, does the potion change the math at all? So now, if I get Wigglytuff... Yeah, now if I get Wigglytuff, we're good. Because they potioned. Right? Because they come back at 100. They're going to take 90 coming back to them, and then they'll take the damage there. Alright. Neat. I wonder if my opponent is just, like, confused that their Pokemon is affected by 2 special conditions. So, Poison... Burn isn't in the game yet, right? Nothing burns right now. Poison and Burn in the Paper TCG are the only special conditions that can go on a Pokemon no matter what. Oh, perfect. Alright, one more sleep. One more sleep flip, Articuno, please. One time. One time. For my YouTube video. Let's go. Let's go. But paralysis, confusion, and sleep conflict with each other. One will replace the other. Oh, too bad. Too bad. Oh, that was almost really cool. So basically, we need this Dragonite. Oh. What? This gave it to us anyway? I should have retreated that. Now I can win. And actually, if they send up Dragonite, all I have to do is... Well, how many X speeds have they used? I know they wasted 1 because they forgot that they were asleep. So they still have another one, theoretically. Yeah, I think I'm going to sleep that bench Articuno. Because that way, if they get heads, they still need to have both a they need both a heads flip and they need an X speed to be able to attack with Dragon Knight. So like if 150 hits here, like 150 can hit here no matter what, right? And we need it to. So sending the potion there doesn't do anything. It doesn't really do anything active either. But if they do knock out the Wigglytuff, then they just win because they only need 2 points left. What's my favorite Thanksgiving food? Green bean casserole. Oh my goodness, we win! Look at that! Look at us go! It's a little bit of a bummer because our opponent not only had to get unlucky with the coin flips, but they also needed to misplay a little bit. But what's the difference between sleep and paralyze? So paralyze, you can't attack or retreat for 1 turn and then you recover from it. For sleep, you have a chance to recover from it in between turns. So paralyze is stronger because once you're paralyzed, you're paralyzed. But sleep is better because, like, sleep can be better because theoretically you can be asleep forever. Whew. Is the game free to play or pay to win? It is free to play and pay to win, like all these types of games. Yeah, like it's free. You have good access to cards for free, right? So, but there's not stuff that you have to buy. You can unlock everything for free. Versus, what was that? That was Dragon Knight. They should have 2 circles on the mon so you can see both, to be honest. I agree. In paper TCG, you only have a marker for poison. For asleep, you turn the card to the left. So you can see that something's asleep and poisoned. And that's why you can't have multiple status conditions at a time, because if you can't have the card tilted to the left for sleep and tilted to the right for paralyzed, and turned upside down for confused. You can only have them turn one way, and then the poison is kept track of by a marker, so you can mark something and have it tilted in a direction. Do I have a creator code? No. Are they doing creator codes? What's a creator code? No idea? Okay. I looked up several versions, Shedinja, and I feel like no matter how you represent Shedinja, it will be extremely cursed as a representation of the game. Like in this game? I don't know how I would do Shedinja for Pocket. I really... I'll tell you how I would do Shedinja for Pocket. Alright. So, my favorite Shedinja paper mechanic is when you evolve into Ninjask, you get to search your deck for a Shedinja. I would like it if Shedinja didn't have a card that you had to run in your deck, because this is a digital game. You can actually have a token, right? So... So if they had Ninjask, its ability is put a Shedinja on your bench. That'd be sick. Burn wasn't in the original. Burn wasn't in the original paper TCG. They added it. It wasn't there on release, if that's what you mean. But Burn exists in paper. Burn is kept on by a counter. At least one card of Shedinja represents the unique way to get it, because not having Wonder Guard is less weird than Evolves from Ninkata. Yeah. So yeah, it'd be cool if you didn't have to actually run a Shedinja in your deck. Because like the way when they've done that with Ninjask before, you have to search your deck for a Shedinja or play one from your hand. I forget, it's been a long time. What does Shedinja do in the TCG? Different Shedinja do different things. The big iconic one had an ability that it wasn't knocked out by damage from your opponent's attacks. So I think you had to, but like it had like really low damage output and really low health. People got away with playing it because like gust effects were so premium back then. Like they hadn't printed Boss's Orders yet. Especially if they made Shedinja an overly strong basic card for interesting synergies that don't affect evolved mons. Yeah, they could have it like, you know, they could have Shedinja be like, making it have like actual Wonder Guard where only something it's weak to could damage it would be pretty broken, because then unless your opponent's running very specifically like fire, for example, you're never going to be able to take it down. I think that's a little silly, but they could definitely have it be like 30 health and it's not damaged by evolutions, or it's not damaged by EXs or something like that. Add it to the game. Four marks race. We need 2 more. Going first. Going worst. Guess I like this art. Psyduck. Hi, Pokemartian. Glad to see you live. Hi, Julio. How you doing? Julio? There we are. Bum, 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 bum. Articuno. I don't think the sleep is going to save me from this Psyduck evolving into Golduck, and now I can't even Sabrina around that thing. Which makes me think what I'm supposed to do is evolve Wigglytuff. Maybe what I'll do is allow it to be knocked out by Golduck if they happen to have it. Because I'd rather like retreat Jigglypuff next turn, send up Weezing. Like I don't want to strand a Wigglytuff EX active. Are there any benefits to going first, or are you statistically ruined? The cards don't really exist yet to make going first appealing, but what's nice about going first is you get to evolve first. So in order for evolved first to be good, you need a stage 1 Pokemon with a good attack that requires a single energy, or a stage 2 Pokemon that has a good attack that requires 2 energy. Because right now, like, Weezing is a good example of a Pokemon that's fine going first, right? Because you go first, can't attach an energy, then on your second turn, you get to evolve it and attach an energy, and you can attack. Pidgeot is a good example of a stage 2 that has an attack that's worth using for 2 energy. So for 2 energy, it does 70, and it has an ability that lets it Sabrina every turn. So if you go first with the Pidgeot line, as long as you have Pidgeotto and Pidgeot in your hand, you can Pidgey, Pidgeotto, Pidgeot on curve, attach 2 energies by your 3rd turn and be attacking with Pidgeot. So like, there just aren't enough impactful Pokemon. Like both of these Pokemon that I just mentioned are like fringe playable. You know, they're like, the Weezing is a little bit more competitive than the Pidgeot, but it's only barely there. Whereas the Pidgeot is like slightly niche. Well, chat, this is a disaster for me. I need another Jigglypuff. But yeah, if in the future they add more like actual top tier Pokemon that have 1 attack as in a stage 1, or 1 energy attack as a stage 1, or 2 energy attack as a stage 2, then we could start seeing Pokemon actually, we could actually see decks starting to value going first. But for the most part, being able to attach an energy is still stronger, considering how much energy you need for most of the Pokemon to use an attack that's worth using. Let's go. That's not a basic. And I for sure lose. Another cool thing with Shedinja in Coliseum, there's a finite number of Pokemon to catch, but you can trade with Game Boy Advance. You can trade for and then evolve Nincana to fill your boxes up. I didn't quite follow that. Discord notification. The deal everyone saw coming. Use code TwitchBF40 for 40% off the entire loot cave for Black Friday. Wow. Finally, 40% off the entire loot cave. Chat, I have a question for you. What's the loot cave? You're about to ask that yourself? Yeah. Alright. Caverns below discount pog. There you go. A cave that has loot? Oh, okay, alright, fair enough. Today's Black Friday. Is anyone out getting stuff? I see, Shuckle, I see. Ew, my poor coughing. Saturday for you already? I don't know why I attached this active coughing. I should have started powering up Wigglytuff. Because what's going to happen is they're going to evolve into Starmie and just knock out coughing. Are there loots, L-U-T-E-S, in the loot cave? That's a good question. It's a good question. Goodbye, coughing. And good riddance. I want you to get all of your heads out of the way here, right? All of your heads out of the way. I don't think that was enough. I think they might still have a few heads in the system. But my new big marshy plan is to Jigglypuff them into oblivion. Seven cards left. Do I, assuming that they get tails here, do I keep powering up the Jigglypuff? With intent to draw the Wigglytuff, or do I invest in it? Okay, we just lose, right? It's over. It's Joe over chat. They have the high ground. Hello, Martian. I hope you're doing great. I was wondering if you'll do Arena Lock in the next weeks. You want Arena Lock? Probably do Arena Lock. Playing Hearthstone again on Sunday. And I'll think about it. If I can make a list that doesn't sicken me. Burr, 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 burr. Have I tried Melmetal with Kangaskhan? Have I tried it in no EX mode? No. Have I tried it in... Oh, Melmetal in Kangaskhan? No, I haven't tried that. I did a Melmetal video... Wasn't that yesterday's video? So, like, I did put out a Melmetal video recently. Let's see, what did we make for the no EX mode? We made... Monarchy... We made an Eevee box, and we made a Lieutenant Surge deck. First? Yeah, you're the first one here, Schmoopy. Good job. How you doing? People run... Wheezing for some reason. But you think Kangaskhan's better? Interesting. I was playing... Pidgeot. I could see how... Like, I don't think Wheezing would be good, right? Because I've kind of cooled down on... I've cooled down on Wheezing with no Dark Energy in the deck. And I think that's what you have to do. Man, this is so risky. So, like, if that Machoke gets to attack, my Jigglypuff is gone, and my energy investment goes with it. But if I Sabrina first, and they have Kabutops, they can evolve out of the sleep and knock me out. Whereas... Here, if they evolve out of the sleep, they still can't attack me. So it's just like, it's checking whether they can flip a Tails here, or checking whether or not they have a Kabutops in hand, right? Is the position I was just in. And obviously it didn't work out, so I didn't work out. Can you stack sleep? No. Yeah, no Dark Energy is a big reason why I don't run Wheezing Dragonite. Yeah. I mean, I think it's okay, but... like, Pidgeot seems like a much better Melmetal partner than Wheezing. I don't know about Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan might be fine, actually. I tried running that Mawile Melmetal deck, and what I didn't like about that is how many bad cards I had to include. I think you have 2 spots that aren't made by good cards, so wasn't my favorite. So I'm going second. I can put my opponent to sleep. I don't have a Wheezing in hand, so I won't bother starting with that. Unless that's dumb. Is that dumb? It might be dumb, actually. It'll be fine. Because Starmie can't attack... Well, Misty. I was going to say, because Starmie can't attack me, but, you know, they could Misty. I got several Melmetal in Pokemon Go, but couldn't get myself to transfer it to Let's Go. Let's Go was such a cool game, for the most part. It had some, like, really fixable, but largely intolerable flaws, but you know, I would have liked to see a sequel for that where they made the evolving, not the evolving, the like getting the stats better. And you know, like any game that has a PvP element but doesn't have a random queue, like in Let's Go, to fight another person, you have to like make a little password out of Pokemon sprites and queue into someone with that password. I think that's how it works in this game, but if you want to fight someone specifically. But this game has random queue, right? Whereas in Pokemon, in Let's Go, you didn't have... You didn't have random queue. I'm just gonna get out of here because I don't want them to just like evolve and knock out my Jigglypuff, right? So I'll give them a coughing, and we can start continuing to set up our Wigglytuff. So like you would go through all the effort. This is my problem with Arceus also a little bit, but. So you would go through the effort of setting up your Pokemon to be powerful, and then you had to like basically have a friend who also did that. My friend agreed to power up his Pokemon, and so it took me like a week of like playing a ton to fully power up all of my Let's Go team, like competitive team. And he had given up and not told me like halfway through the week or less. So I get to the end and I'm like, all right, all my Pokemon are powered up. I'm ready for us to fight. And he's like, oh, I stopped working on that days ago. I was like, I wasted so much time. So like I have a fully IV powered up team in Let's Go, and I have never played with it even one time because there's no random queue. So my friend ruined me. But in Arceus, right, there is an even PvP. So when I would try, like, I actually really like their system of working with working with stats. It's not like the gross grind that it is in other Pokemon games. It's like a very palatable grind to like maximize your Pokemon stats in Arceus. But there are two problems. One, they completely scuffed battling period in Arceus. Like, I really like Arceus because of the exploration and the tricky ways to catch Pokemon. I avoided every battle I could because the battling part of it is really stupid. So like I actually kind of forget the details of it, but there's a lot of like random stuff that happens, and unnecessary complication and unnecessary like very swingy randomness. So like they completely changed how it worked in a way that I thought was a pretty big negative. And so that's problem number one. But also, you didn't have the option to play anybody at all. And in Let's Go, you know, they didn't have a random queue, but at least, you know, if you knew someone else that you wanted to play, you could play against them. In Arceus, you can't play against anybody at all. So there's like by the time you get to the point in the game where you would want to start maximizing your Pokemon, there's nothing to do with them. My fakest looking legitimately caught Pokemon is a shiny level 20 Dragonite from Let's Go Pikachu. That's funny. Those post-game modes similar to Battle Tower and Arceus. There's a post-game mode similar to Battle Tower and Arceus, but honestly the battles felt so bad I never bothered attempting it. Where is that? Some of the game mechanics of Pokemon Pocket seem quite different to how I remember them in TCG. Yeah, they've made changes in an attempt to make the game more palatable to a mobile audience. Like, it's condensed for sure. Boop. Is it only on mobile? It is. It is. It's meant to be a mobile game. A week of Martian, well, there you go. Alright, now we have our wheezing start into our wiggly follow-up, which frankly I think is pretty cool. Should I take the free knockout? I guess so. Knock out that old Amber, just for fun. There was definitely a version of the fossils that couldn't be affected by special conditions. So luckily these ones aren't that. Bum, bum. Hi, Ivysaur. Hi, Ivysaur. You know what would really make the next set's items more useful? Special energy items, like an item that replaces your current energy zone energy with double colorless or hard metal energy. That'd be interesting. I'm not sure how they'd do that, but I definitely want an item that changes what type of energy is in your energy zone to make dual types more interesting. I distinctly remember having to knock out 6 Pokemon. Yep. So, in this game, you only need 3 points. You only have 3 bench, so that's 3 less points. Like in the paper game, it's prizes, but in this one, it's points. So, you need 3 less points than you needed prizes in the paper TCG. And you have 2 less bench spots than you had in the paper TCG, and you have a third of the deck, so you actually only have 20 cards, and you can only run half of the cards. So like, you know, in paper you could run 4 copies of a card. In this you can only run 2, and in paper you can have a 60 card deck, or you have a 60 card deck, and in this you only have a 20 card deck. So like everything's condensed for mobile. We'll give it one more. I feel like the last couple games have been meh. I want to end on a stronger one. Hello, Marshy. Been watching the YouTube for a few months and finally caught a live. Hi, Pidgey Nugget. In the paper TCG, can anything be a prize card, even your win condition? Yep. Yep. You draw an opening hand of 7, place down a basic, and then you take the top 6 cards of your deck and put them as your prize cards. And what's really bad is those function like points do in this game. So when you knock out a Pokemon, you take a prize card, and once you've taken 6 prize cards, you win the game. But you also don't get to look at the prize cards unless the card specifically tells you to. So the first time you search through your deck, you basically look through your deck, think about your hand, and reverse engineer what should be in your prize cards. So like, you know, it takes, you know, an additional like 30 seconds on your first search just to like figure out what your prize cards are. It's a little bogus. And so what you end up doing is running a lot more duplicates than you would otherwise. So like, there are a lot of cards that you only need 1 of. But you run 2 or sometimes even 3 just because, like, depending on what it is, just because you can't afford to have it be prized. Usually if you're running duplicates just to make sure something's not prized, you're running 1 extra. Usually you go 2. Because, like, depending on what it is, it can be pretty useless having a duplicate, but you just need it not to be in the prizes. But occasionally, you know, like, if something's important enough, you run 3. I do not have a Giovanni in hand, unfortunately. I guess they'll get knocked out coming back to this turn, which is kind of nice. If they don't do anything. So yeah, they've made like some cards that let you look in your prize cards and replace it with something else, but I don't think they've done it enough. They had like right now there's Hisuian Heavy Ball, which lets you look at your prize cards, and if you find a basic there, you can take that out, put it in your hand, and put the heavy ball back where it was. And then you like reshuffle your prizes, put it back down. So that's a way to get a basic out of your prize cards, but it's not always a basic that you need, right? It's not always even a Pokemon, but frequently you need an evolved Pokemon. I think the best form of that ever was a Zelf. So a Zelf from, I think the set was Majestic Dawn. You would look at your prizes and take any Pokemon out of there and replace it with a different card in your hand. And when you played the Azelf onto your bench is when you would do that. And that one at least is like, no matter what the Pokemon was that you were missing, you could get it out of the prizes. So I thought that was better than Hisuian Heavy Ball. It's a little annoying that it takes up a bench spot, but the fact that you can, like right now I'm running a 2/2 Pidgeot line in my Terapagos list, because if I prize a Pidgeot, it becomes much harder to win. Like if I'm only running one Pidgeot, I need that Pidgeot because it's my most reliable way to have general consistency, but also specifically it's the only way I can search my deck for a double turbo energy, which the deck needs. So I'm running a 2/2 line where if the prize cards weren't involved, a 1/1 line would be perfect. So if Hisuian Heavy Ball could go and fetch Pidgeot, I wouldn't need to run a 2/2 line because the Hisuian Heavy Ball would function as either the second copy of Pidgey or the second copy of Pidgeot, depending on which one ended up in the prizes. Isn't Peonia a better version of that? Peonia has rotated. It has rotated, and I don't think it's a better version necessarily. Because Peonia, for those of you who don't know, is draw 3 of your prize cards and then take 3 cards from your hand and put it back. So like, if you have 6 prize cards left, whatever is prized, you only have a 50% chance of being able to find it. So, you could Peonia and not get the thing you wanted, but also it's rotated, so it's no longer available for standard. Unless I'm tripping. Am I tripping? You're making me double check. Yep, that rotated. I was like pretty confident. But yeah, so Peonia taking up your supporter is a huge negative. So in the case of Hisuian and like which supporters in pocket doesn't matter too much because the supporters aren't very good, and you, other than Professor's Research, there's not one that you'd like always want to play. So in paper TCG, you have such access to quality supporters that having to use your supporter for a turn is a big negative. Because you usually want to be drawing with it, and if you're not drawing with it, then you have to have a really good reason. So if you ended up using your supporter for the turn to get something out of your prizes, and then you don't even get it, that's a big problem. So the fact that it's a supporter is already a huge downside, but also you don't even get to look at all of your prizes, right? You draw 3 of your prizes, and if you have 6 left, that's half that you don't even get to see. So you could waste your supporter for a turn to not even get it, which, that's a big negative. So I think Hisuian Heavy Ball and Azelf are both better than that, except that, like, if you were going to run something to get a non-basic Pokemon out of your prize cards, you'd have to pick Peonia over Hisuian Heavy Ball, just because Hisuian Heavy Ball doesn't get it. But in most cases, you would rather just run extra copies of cards than play Peonia in your deck. The prize card system makes decks inherently less consistent, which makes decks less optimal, which increases fun due to the fact that games will be less repetitive. Yes and no. Like, I don't think the prize card system in Pokemon adds anything to the game that isn't already done better and well enough just by draw variance. It more than anything else, what prize cards do is add an element of something important was prized and now I automatically lose because I needed it, you know? Like it adds an element of you get hosed sometimes depending on what your prize cards are. And like you can even well prepare your deck to mitigate that and it can still happen. So like I think the prize card variance is a big negative, like is almost exclusively a negative, and at least the amount of negative that the prize card system is as far as variance goes well outweighs the potential positive of adding some negative. And if they added the positive of adding some fun variants, but like the games just don't play out in a way where that would matter positively. So I think if they added more cards that let you more, like if they added better cards that let you mitigate getting hosed by prizes, then I think that would be okay. But I think no, I pretty much strongly disagree with that assessment. I gotta do more PvP in Pocket. I've just been more focused on building my collection. Where I think the main argument to prize is really just that it represents the game state with existing game pieces. I agree. Yeah, I was saying that the other day. Like you can keep track of, the more you can keep track of the game with the cards themselves, the better. So yeah. Now, I ran into this yesterday. Not yesterday, but the other day. Show keyboard. Alright, there we go. So weird. So anyways, what you can do is type no EX, and then other people who want to have a no EX game, you'll run into them. Unless you know, I'm sure that there are bad actors who are just like taking advantage to, you know, hit you with EXs, so we'll just concede those games. But if you want to play with no EXs, you go over to the private match and you put no EX over here, and you'll only queue into other people who have put no EX here. Didn't the original set have Rattata have zero retreat? Yes. If I don't find any matches, I guess I have to rethink of all my content. Unable to find opponents. Is nobody doing it? Is nobody doing it, chat? Also, I don't know if I'm supposed to put like capitals or anything. No caps? Alright. If you say so. No EX. Oh yeah, instantly found him. Say it. No EX, no capitals, and that'll do it. Good deal. Sorry, it was my annual nose blowing time. Here comes an Nidoran. Let's go. This is a good one to start with, except I don't love that I'm going first. An article I read said all caps. Uh-oh. Well. Isn't Nidorina good when going first? Yeah. But Nidoran and Nidoqueen aren't. And that's the part I'm really concerned with. Like, I think I'm almost just gonna not evolve to go search for the last basic. Because, like, evolving doesn't do me any good anyway. Or do I have to avoid getting knocked out? It depends on Misty, right? And Nidorina gets knocked out anyway. Alright, see, I'll do this. Makes it that much harder. And... get one random Nidoran male from your deck onto your bench. I wish it was one Nidoran or like Nidoran of any type, right? Do you think Misty is a problematic card at all? I've really softened on that, actually. I think not really. I think the hitting all tails with it is so devastating compared to getting all heads. That, like, it's just really inconsistent. I think that, like, as the game progresses, there's a strong chance people just stop playing Misty because it's like, it's a really awkward card. Am I in a forced to attack with the Nidoking kind of position here? I'm just gonna try to keep it as awkward as possible from my opponent, I guess. Misty's really annoying when it hits, but really funny when it misses. True. Yeah, like, you know, it does make for some non-games. It's true. I don't think this game is concerned with preventing non-games from ever happening. So. To that end, I think... Oh, hey, Nidoqueen. I think I've locked myself into attacking with Nidoking, to be honest. Like, I think I just have to. I'm too slow on energies now. But, you know, maybe we'll attack with this later. So yeah, I don't know. Once we have like an actual robust card pool with like only good cards to run, I could definitely see Misty just not getting played anymore. Just depends on what cards come out, but like Misty being as high variance as it is, it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's an awkward card to run if you have efficient card pool. So this thing is going to get one attack and then lose. I think we probably just lose, right? Like, this is going to be hard to recover from. Especially because coming back to my turn, they're going to have 50 left, so it's not like I can even finish them off with this. Getting wiped on turn 1 by 3 Energy Articuno isn't exactly fun. It happens infrequently enough to me that I mostly find it funny still. Maybe I would have changed my opinion on that if they added, like, when they add ranked. But until they do, I don't think it really matters that much to me. So, like, that, they actually just healed off everything that's going to matter about that, Nidoking, huh? Alright, we lose this one. GG. Alright, let's see Capitals. Let's see if Capitals works, too. They both work. Alright, one capital N OEX doesn't work. Going second. Good deal. Starting Nidoran, also good deal. Well, we're gonna start a Nidoran no matter what, but starting Nidoran female, that's good. That's good. Do I not use my Professor Oak for a turn to decrease the odds that I draw my second Nidoran male before Call for Family gets to thin my deck? That's the real question. I think I'm going to. Because I don't need Nidorina quite yet. I don't know if that's an awkward thing to do or not, but I've done it. The only punish is if we draw Professor Oak again in the next 3 cards. Then it's unfortunate. Oh, look at that. Look at us go. No punish. Second Nidorino for me. Now, well, we're gonna Nidoqueen on curve, which will be pretty cool. It's like we don't even really need 2 Nidoking out when we do this, right? We don't really need that. I wonder if they're using the new promo Venusaur. Is there a good online version of the paper TCG with non-condensed rules? Well, I'll let you decide for yourself if you think it's good, but there's Pokemon TCG Live is the official one. I should play some of that for you guys soon, just to see if like I can get away with playing live on this, if you guys will still watch. Okay, well, I'm gonna retreat. Really unfortunate, I think, that we haven't drawn the other X speed. And by the other, I mean any of them. 2 X speed left in the deck. You would watch Martian Stew? There we are. Do I have the Ancient Mew promo card from the movie? I do. I do have that. I actually have it handy. I can show it to you. I have a few copies of it. not having my turn skipped. Oh, it decided which one to bring up for me. Disaster. Man, that thing has a heapin' helpin'. Did I just lose this game? For stepping away for too long? Brutal. Bench thing does 80. I've already used both researches, right? How much does this do? This is gonna do 130. That's too bad. If we had 2, it was KO. Yeah, I guess I should have stepped back sooner, huh? Anyways, so there. I was looking through some old cards yesterday because I'm going to go to Frank & Sons at some point. By at some point, I mean Sunday. I'm going to go to Frank & Sons and sell some cards to get some Magic cards and maybe some other cool stuff. So I was picking some of my old stuff to sell, and as I was passing through, I was like, oh, look, Ancient Muse. I don't think Ancient Muse are that, like, worth selling yet. So I'm not going to sell those ones. Okay, so what's nice about this is that it 2-shots Venusaur. Leaving me with 60 health left. Only 50? Do we need a potion? Maybe I should just double Sabrina and knock out the bench things. Then we can use like other Nidoqueen or Nidoking to work on the last prize. How much are they? I don't know. I think I looked them up recently and wasn't impressed. So searching for Mew on TCG Player is so funny because you also pull up all the versions of Mewtwo. Oh, market price $100. Really? How good are these? Maybe I will sell them. They seem good. I don't know, should I keep one? Do you really have a Pokemon collection if you don't have an Ancient Mew? Maybe I should keep one. I definitely don't need 3. Interesting. Wait a second. My opponent just gave me a path to victory. Like, we always win from here now, right? Because we knock out this with the Nidoqueen, and then when they come up with the Venusaur afterwards, we just Sabrina around that and knock out Petlo. Good deal. No EX lobbies sound like the ideal time to get my Jank Dragonite deck out there. That's the first thing I tried, yeah. I used to have the gold-plated Togepi from the Burger King. I wonder if I have any of that around. It might be somewhere. Do I have the shiny Altart Palladium? The shiny Gardevoir alternate art from Palladian Fates. Do you mean like the Gardevoir EX? Because I don't have that, and I don't think it's very expensive either, right? The expensive one is the... I think it is from Palladian Fates, but it's like... It's like an illustration art, it's not the shiny one. Is this a spooky streamer? Oh, because Boo? Yeah. Boo! Spookiest streamer. Well, we won. Against all odds, we won, chat. We did it. The secret one? You mean the one that has like a whooper in the background? I don't have that. I was maining Gardevoir for a while. I actually stopped playing Gardevoir because I kept like burning out at regionals halfway through the day and not being able to like finish regionals playing strong games of Gardevoir. But I was playing exclusively Gardevoir for a while, and I really wanted that funny one because it had like a silly whooper in the background and it was cute. But they're $50 a piece. If I have aspirations of playing Gardevoir still, I might pick up a couple because I'm selling enough cards that I'm gonna have like enough disposable monies to get some funny stuff like that. So we'll see. See, going AFK and letting the game auto-swap was just a mind game that let you win? Absolutely. Absolutely. That's all you gotta do, chat. Is behave really strange and let everything just work out in the end. That's how I do it. You know what's really sad is that we don't have an Nidoran female out. Red card. Nidoran for me? Yeah. We lost a lot of our other evolutions, which is not great, but, you know, hanging tough with the Nidoran. You know, I didn't love that. But we have X speed, right? So it doesn't matter too much. Water energy for Ekans? Yeah, I don't know what their other Pokemon is. They're probably running a dual type deck. Arbok should be okay for a dual type deck just because it's a dark and a colorless. It's just dual typing is a little awkward. You thought I play Hearthstone? I usually do. I'm now playing Hearthstone and Pokemon. I mean, I was always playing Pokemon not for streaming. You know what? I'm going to peck this Ekans, and then if they have another turn where all they have is an Ekans, I can just retreat, send up Nidorino, and Horn Attack for the win. You guys should invest in more Golden Ultra Balls? Should I? I have one, like, really expensive Ultra Ball, and... Oh, this is a game of all time, chat. And there was this brief window. When was it? It must have been at the start of Sword and Shield. It must have been. There was this brief window where Ultra Ball wasn't in standard, and the Ultra Ball dropped to $50, and I was like, do I really want to spend $150 to finish my playset while I can? You know, like, because usually it was like 80 or 100 or something like that at the time. And then it dropped to $50, and I was like, man, if I'm going to get this, I should get it now, right? Before they reprint it. And I didn't end up doing it, and fast forward to now, that Ultra Ball is worth $400. So I don't think I'm going to finish my playset. I could sell cards and do it. I just don't know that I want to walk around with $1,600 worth of Ultra Balls in my deck. You know what I mean? Could the opponent have been Ekans Polyrath or Polyrath just doo-doo? I would expect it to have been like a Ekans Greninja deck, if anything. And then they just got really unlucky with what energies they found. Dual types in this game always scare me because of the low rolling energy. Yeah. Yep. I hope they'll make items that fix that. I hope they'll make items that make running dual type decks worth doing. Because it would be easy to design cards like that. That would make it, you know, fix the combos. Not the dreaded wheezing. Oh, red card's beautiful for me here. Let's go, evolutions. All right, we're on track, chat. This is more Water Dark. Was this my last opponent? Is this the same person? Did I just run into them again? Strange. Yeah, that red card was beautiful for me, chat. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but like, oh my goodness. We were in scary water, and now we're good to go. We're good to go. Different person, same deck, maybe? Might be. I can probably count on one hand the amount of times red card has actually been bad for me. Yeah, it's like usually fine, right? Okay, so we need a Nidoking, or maybe a Sabrina. If the card is that expensive, it's morally right to print a proxy for your deck. Well, you don't need a $400 Ultra Ball to play Ultra Ball. You can play the 10-cent copy. That's fine. And that potion was devastating for me. Not drawing a Nidoking was also devastating. We were in scary water, you mean dark water? True, I guess I do. My opponent's running Wheezing Shelder. Combo of all time. What's your favorite style of Pokemon cards? I think the black and white were goated. Well, in black and white, as far as like golden cards are, I give it to black and white for sure. Because like now when they do golden items, they like really balloon out the card and it ends up looking really stupid. I like the way the original golden items were, where they just made it looked exactly like the regular version of the card, except they gave it that gold border and they gave the item in the picture gold and they made it all etched. That made it feel like a premium version of the regular card, like you encountered a shiny version of it, you know. So I really liked that. Oh, they had the Koga. Brutal. Nidoking? Unlucky. Okay. Man, this Nidoqueen might only get 1 KO out of it. And then the Pokemon Ultra Rares from Black and White were also really good. Like when they did gold for Pokemon in the Black and White area, like it was the same deal except they did do different pictures. But I really liked the way that the gold interacted, like the gold borders looked on the Pokemon too. And then they stopped doing that one completely in favor of just full arts for non-EX Pokemon. But I wonder what my strat is here. I guess I have to send up a Nidorino to absorb a hit and hope that we draw Nidorino. One Nidoking is going to be enough, right? Like, we only need to deal 130 to knock out any of those in one hit, so we can afford to sacrifice a Nidorino. But then, as far as like actual look of the cards, my favorite is like of the regular, like just the regular cards. E-card series, base through Neo, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I think that's my ranking. Yeah, Black and White definitely had some awesome looking secret rares. Man, this was not good, chat. This was not good. My science team tells me here, if you get the $400 Ultra Ball, you would also never draw it. The rounded border are slick. I do not like the new silver border Scarlet Violet thing. Starting in Scarlet Violet for the paper cards, they've started using a silver border instead of the original yellow border. And what's problematic about that is... Alright, so now we can do this, and they have to have a Koga. I mean, they have Dark Energy next, so it's not like it really does anything, but... What was I talking about? Something? I don't remember. Oh, so Silver Border in both Magic and in Pokemon previously means not tournament legal. Alright? There is so much precedent for that, chat. So much precedent for not tournament legal if I need an arena literally next turn or this game's a wash. So much precedent for silver border means not tournament legal, and suddenly for some reason all the cards have silver borders. It doesn't even look better than the yellow. I don't understand it at all. These have silver borders. Ugh. The full art trainers from Black and White really pop. Like the art goes over the name and stuff. I do like, I kind of stopped liking full art supporters and Pokemon as much after Black and White. I feel like, first of all, I didn't even realize they'd already taken that many points, but first of all, I think that like they phoned in the full arts in GX. Like I think the GX series, the best looking cards were the base ones. Like the base ones all looked great, and then the full arts looked half-butted. Let me go to the restroom. I'll be right back. I think the silver is better, it looks more real. Huh. What's your favorite full art in Pocket? I like the illustration of Pikachu EX. Other than that, I don't really like most of them, to be honest. Found it, Villa Oasis. I feel like for most illustration arts these days, I want to have them. I don't want to play with them. And most of the full arts are like kind of distracting. I've just gotten to the point where I really appreciate the regular template, the regular template of card games, rather. So like, I think the Pikachu EX looks especially good, and the Charizard EX illustration looks kind of good, and for the most part, the rest of them, not really for me. I like there's full arts, like these, not these illustration arts, but like there are full art EXs that I kind of like not the gold ones for the main three, but like not illustration Moltres, but full art Moltres I think looks kind of good. Like I guess it's hard to tell the difference without pulling it up, but you know how like one of the Moltres has the rainbow border, and like the Moltres, the Pokemon itself kind of gets lost in the picture somewhere, whereas there's the full art Moltres where the Pokemon is there in your face, you know. So the full arts in this game I kind of like. This is a disaster. The full arts in this game I kind of like. The like illustrations, I don't really care for most of them. But I like the Pikachu. The rainbow ones from Sun and Moon era were trash, yeah. See you later, Shuckle. Going first? Wow, I got like all my basics and a Pokeball. It's kind of funny. Do you think they'll red card me? I mean, you never know. What's my favorite Ultra Beast? Well, you can tell I really love Ultra Beast that I don't have an answer for you ready to go. I think my answer is going to be Buzzball, but let me look at him. Nihilego, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, Xurkitree, Celesteela, Kartana, Guzzlord, Naganadel, Stakataka, and Blacephalon. I think I like Buzzwole the most. I think Buzzwole is pretty funny. I used him in the card game, and I guess that's all there is to it. Like a mosquito that's swole. Buzzwole. Stupid. I think Buzzwole is one of the funniest visual and name puns any Pokemon has going on. It's pretty real of you to say that. Not gonna lie. Naganadel. I like Naganadel a lot too, though. You know, Naganadel might be up there. They have this hat in Pokemon Go that you can put on that's Naganadel, and so it's like, you know how Naganadel takes over Lusamine at one point? You can have a Naganadel take over you in Pokemon Go, basically, and I have that on me all the time, so that would be the contender. Thoughts on drawing a Nidorina? Do you guys have any opinions on me drawing Nidorina? Maybe this deck really does need Meowths. Okay. Well, I don't actually have to sacrifice this Nidorino if I send that up. Is it worth it? I'm like committing to attaching another energy to it. I mean, I could top deck an X speed too. Isn't that Nihilego? Which one's not gonna Dell? No, yeah. You're right. You know, when you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're wrong. I'll give you that much. Alright, now we're attacking with Nidoking. So yeah, Nihilego would be the contender. I have no feelings either way on Naganadel. Naganadel's whatever. Finally. Hi. This Nidoking is KO'd by Alakazam if they draw it. And since I don't have another Nidoking on my bench, Nidoqueen actually doesn't knock out the Alakazam. Chat, we could... Okay, looks like they don't have it, unless it's this. Well, like, we could actually lose to the Psychic deck, depending on if they just drew Alakazam. Deck idea, Doug Trio, but we cheat and always hit heads. Oh, yep, that seems good. That seems good. Alright, so now we're fine, right? Because we just Sabrina next turn if they do end up sending up Alakazam and knocking us out, right? Kind of unlucky of them not to find it yet. I dare you to Alakazam me. I double dare you. Well, they didn't find it. Wah, wah, wah. Oh yeah, I believe, yeah, we've only got 2 marks on this deck so far. As long as we get like 1 or 2 really good games, I'll probably stop at just 3 marks with this. Because I'm trying to get 3 more videos worth of content. 3 more videos with 4 hours to do it isn't bad. I don't know that I want to start making videos 4 hours from now. Like, it'll be like 5 hours from now because I have a meeting at 4:30. I'm gonna go to class. Bye, Martian. Good rest of the streams. Hey, see you later, Zip. In a rain. This is so far so good. Need so many evolutions. You really like the idea around Nido decks? There was a really cool Nido deck in Fire Red Leaf Green of the paper TCG. The Nidoking would buff the damage of all of your Nido Pokemon other than Nidoking by 10. And the Nidoqueen would give all of your non-Nidoqueen Nido Pokemon free retreat cost. It also did like 3 for 50 plus... I think it was 3 for 40 plus 10 for each evolved Pokemon on your bench. Because I think it had maximum 90 damage. I think that must have been it. But, yeah. We used to call that Monarchy back in the day. That's why I call this deck Monarchy today. Opponent, will you please red card me? Maybe I should have kept that Pokeball to invite a red card. But yeah, other than that, I don't think any of them have ever been good. The first Nidoqueen had an attack called Boyfriends. It did, I think it was a grass and a colorless for... I don't remember what the exact damage was, but it did more for each Nidoking in play. The Nidoking had nothing to do with the Nidoqueen. The Nidoking was like... I guess I should have attached to the bench Nidoran, considering I don't have a Nidorina. Now I'm in a position to where I'm basically just losing my energy, because if I evolved in an arena, it still dies to the powder snow. Alright, new plan. We send up the Nidorina on the bench here and don't evolve it on their turn, so we can attach another energy to it, and then they'll put it to sleep with the Frostmoth, but we can evolve out of it. Sounds like such a crazy deck once it gets rolling, but it's so much easier to get it rolling back then, because not only did you have cards that could search for evolutions in the paper TCG, but you also had Rare Candy, which was even more broken at the time. So how Rare Candy worked at the time is, if you had a basic Pokemon in play, you could use Rare Candy and immediately evolve into either a Stage 1 or a Stage 2 that evolves from that Pokemon. So not only could you use it to skip the middle stage like you can use with today's Rare Candy, but you can use it just to evolve really fast. So anyways, it was a lot easier then than it is now to like get evolutions in play. You know, you were probably cooking by the time you could attach your 3 energy with a bunch of stuff in play. I know you were talking about Unlimited previously for paper. Have you ever looked into the Eternal format that Justin Basil is a part of? What is the Eternal format that Justin Basil is a part of? Is it a bit weird? It is a bit weird to me that Nidoqueen relies on Nidoking, but it's not reciprocal. Yeah, that's how the first ones were. But like, you know, the Nidoking's attack isn't worth doing, right? It's the Nidoqueen's attack that's worth doing. So really his relevance is dependent on Nidoqueen. Like you need Nidoking here to support Nidoqueen, but you wouldn't play him on his own. 3 for 90 in poison? Yeah, that's trash. I think. Like, I wouldn't build a Nidoking deck. Yeah, what up, Burnt? But yes, it would be more fun if, like, Nidoking had anything on its card that, like, Nido family matters. I agree that they should both have that. Think Unlimited, but with a ban list to keep some things in check. There's a webpage I can provide if needed. I just know you enjoy old formats like a la Wild. Yeah. What I really want for old formats is just for Pokemon Live to have all of Expanded already. Like, Live has been the only online experience for like 2 years now, and they still don't have all of Expanded up. It's really stupid. It's killing me. They're killing me over there. You heard it here first from the Pokemon TCG. Real kings support their queens. True. Exactly. Exactly. I like how both of these Pokemon are just kind of like vibing, right? Like he's like relaxing in like a trench and she's chilling with the homies. Like, why are they both asleep? I'm also part of the Waiting for Expanded group. Also, they have an entire battle pass overall. Now, more free starter decks each pass? There are more free starter decks each pass, or less? I haven't like fully examined the details of the current pass. And like, if you get even one Nidoking, this is so much damage, chat. Like, we just get to sweep. Like, look, sometimes I just vibe out and gotta crash. I guess so. Now, no more. I see. Yeah, because, like, it was weird. I thought they had data mined what the free decks were going to be this time around, and we didn't get any. I don't really like the Battle Pass rework for Live, but I don't know. Going first. I missed coffee. Oh, so we're up against the dreaded Dragonite. Why don't we go ahead and pull that? Perfect. I like that we have the whole Nidoking line, but I'd much rather have the whole Nidoqueen line. Dragonite deck is kind of scary, it's true. I'll wait to be scared until I see a water energy here, though. Excuse me. I think it's yet another thing they're handling poorly overall. I'm just hoping now for some sort of regular frequency for pocket expansions. I think it's going to be pretty regular. I think it's going to be on the Hearthstone schedule. It sounds like they're going to do a mini set, a main set, a mini set, a main set. A 3 energy type deck, they are really gambling. No, a lot of people who play the Weezing version don't have Dark show up and just use him to poison and tank. Oh, neat. Alright. Well, we'll be able to do at least 130. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to... Well, I mean, we get to bite right now, right? So, that's enough. We bite now, so they'll be at 130 if they evolve. And then it'll just be over, right? Because they're never going to be able to... They're never going to be able to power up a second Dragonite. Alright, sick. Don't play another basic. You don't need to. Don't play another basic. Just pass. You're fine. Sick. Alright, that would just win. It's over, chat. Opponent's about to concede. Opponent is about to concede. You'll see. You'll all see. Give me that Dragonite. Gimme. That makes sense. I forget it doesn't auto-add energy based on what type. It does auto-add it. You have to take it off. But also running Weezing without Dark Energy didn't feel the best. Yeah, I really like Baby Articuno as a Dragonite support Pokemon. I think Baby Articuno is the best one. Because it's a... You know, it's almost as good of a wall as Weezing. It's only got 10 less HP, but it doesn't require you to evolve it. And then you can run Misty to occasionally high roll enough energy to be able to attack with it. So, that's easily my favorite way to play Dragonite. At 11. So I had 7 on the first one, which means I have 4 marks this time. Alright, we need like 1 or 2 more. Okay. It'd be really cool if, like, so for the Monarchy deck from Fire Red Leaf Green, the Nidoran had an attack like this, Call for Family. I think you could get any Nido though. I don't think it had to be the male, but it might have even been just any basic, which is even better. But the Nidorina had an attack for 2 energy that you could search your deck for 2 evolutions, I think it was, and put them in your hand. Like, how cool would it be if, like, getting out a Nidorina lets you search your deck for, you know, Nidoking, Nidoqueen. I think that'd be cool. Like asking this deck to put two different stage 2 Pokemon in play is a big ask, right? So I feel like if the pre-evolutions had some versions of them that like helped you evolve your Pokemon, that'd be great. What'd be really cool is I think a Nidoqueen had it. It was the Delta Metal Nidoqueen. Had an ability that you could search your deck for an evolution once per turn. And like if you put that on Nidorino or Nidorina, I guess, so that the middle stage could sit here and like search for evolutions, that'd be a cool way to add some consistency to this. I'd love to see that type of stuff. Like, have the Nidoran get out the Nidoran. Have the Nidoran male get out the Nidoran female, at least. Right? Like, why does only the female side of it remember the other side? Well, that wasn't a great red card for me. But it doesn't matter because who needs Nidoking anyway? Gotta love the occasional 1 or 2 point wins. Real and true. I'd love them more if there was ranked mode. I feel like the Pokemon's plan here is to wait until everyone who's playing Pocket because they want to play Pokemon is tired of not having a ranked mode and leaves, and then they're gonna add a ranked mode, right? Because I'm already at the point where I only play if I'm streaming, because like it doesn't really do me any good, right? I log in a couple times a day to see what my Wonder Picks are, and other than that, I don't even open the app. Whereas if there was a ranked mode, I would try to go for a rank. Tails. Also, I don't want it to be like Pokemon Live. So in Pokemon Live, they have a ranked mode, but it, like, so comparing it to Hearthstone, Hearthstone has, you know, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend. And then once you get to legend, it starts if you roll 2 heads, you're a filthy cheater, by the way. Once you get to legend, it starts ranking you with a number. So like you can get rank 1 legend, you can be the best legend. But Pokemon Life has something similar. They don't call it, you know, bronze through legend. It's like Pokeball through Arceus. You know, those are the levels. But once you get to Arceus, GG, there's no point. Like you've done everything there is to do. So I think that's a big bummers. Show me the double tails. I just won tails. That's all I'm asking. All right, come on. So like I would try to push for a really good, you know, live leaderboard rank. That sounds really fun to me, but once you get to Arceus, you're finished, right? There's nothing else to do. It's just over. So at that point, I usually only play. I like you complete the pass, you complete the ladder fast enough that like I'm not really inspired to play more than I need to just complete quests every day in Pokemon Live. Because I'm gonna get to the end of ladder by the time ladder refreshes. I don't have to try to do that. So the only time that I spend more time is if I'm like practicing a deck for an IRL tournament, which happens. I do that. Oh no! I thought I was gonna get to attack with that. That's not good. What's my plan now? I think my plan is to send this up and hope that I top deck the other one. Nope. I think I just lose to this Greninja, frankly. Yeah, it's just over. Takes too much energy. Going first. Starting with the wrong Nidoran. Yeah, this Nidoran should definitely have Call for Family to get the other one. Be nice if they both had Call for Family for just get a basic, but you know, it should at least, like, I should at least be able to find Nidoran female if I start with Nidoran male, right? You guys think I can beat an Ekans? All the sounds and gameplay for a Pocket tickle my brain. It just sounds nice to play. Yeah. Yep. Well, that hurt my feelings. I have a feeling, chat, that this start is not the sauce. So if they manage to knock out my Nidoran, probably just gonna go next. I wonder, like, this deck needs like some kind of starter, but it might even be like Kangaskhan or something it needs. You know, something up front to just like buy time while you find stuff. But like, you know, Meowth was good, I think, when I played before. I think I played one Meowth. But yeah. Do we know if Pocket will have the same expansions as the paper game, or is it entirely its own thing? It's entirely its own thing. It's going to have its own unique expansions. Alright. There's that at least. I mean, we basically need to top deck research, hitting both Nidorina and Nidorino. I mean, we might not need Nidorino quite yet. So as long as we get a Nidorina next turn, I think we could be okay, but like, still. My Nidoran. My Nidos are not very sturdy for now. Alright, cool. If I drew anything other than this or Professor's Research into this, I was going to concede, so solid for now. Solid for now. Next turn I need Nidorino if I'm expecting to be able to knock out Arbok. Also, are they just gonna Koga? because that could be bad for me if they Koga. Could be bad for me, chat. I won't lie to you. Unless I feel like it. I'm gonna double X speed. I guess technically that's not as bad as Koga. Not double X speed. But big girthy retreat cost nonetheless. So I'm gonna take 70. Then I'm gonna have 70 left. Oh no! It's over. I'm out. Hi Marshy, did you get Mew yet? Is it any good? I did get Mew, it is not good. It's quite bad actually. What a turn for your opponent? Yeah, that was pretty good, huh? Pretty good. Alright, there's Nidoran. So this is a good start. We're up against a scary opponent. And we're not going in the right order. They get to attach first. So that's kind of bad news bears, actually. Let's find a second Nidoran by next turn. Nidoran female. Uh-oh. Because I don't want to attach active, right? Because they can Knuckle Punch me twice for KO on the Nidoran. And that makes me sad. Like, even if it's a Nidorina. Okay. This is like my marshy ditch effort. I'm not evolving that so that I can X speed it back next turn and evolve into Nidoqueen if I top deck it. This is so scuffed. Don't have Machoke. Sick. Alright. Now let's top deck. Not that. Oh, that's okay. I wish I could use its call for family. Alright, now all I need is to top deck a Nidoqueen. Let's go! Ah, poop. Makes me want to concede. That one, I guess. Guess I can't expect my opponent to have literally nothing. Oh man, I even got it. Terrible news for the Marshy fans. I've been having this much trouble with just the Machops, right? Never you mind the Machokes or Machamps that may be coming. Luckily, the Machops only have 70 health, right? So I can get one of them with the Nidoqueen. Marshy strike. They never have evolutions? Yeah, they don't even know what evolutions are. Hopefully what happens is, like, they come up with something stupid. Well, I mean, like, if we're just talking about winning, hopefully they don't have an evolution, they don't have a basic. But anyways, like, if they retreat this to buy it time, we could Sabrina. Should I Sabrina that Sandshrew if they don't evolve into Machoke? Because... oh, they did end up retreating it. Interesting. Now they have, like, no energy in play. How are they going to win from here? I think we just love sweep. Do you plan to stream other games as well? Like, in general, do you plan to try out other games on stream? Not too often. Yeah, just the way the YouTube algorithm works, like, and just the nature of people watching a specific creator. I'm not in the streamer bracket where I can just play whatever I want right now and expect it to work out. I need to stream a game that an audience wants to latch onto. So, like, I'm at the streamer level where the people I can gather for a game are the people who want to watch MartianBuu play something specific. I don't have enough people who want to watch MartianBuu play whatever he plays in order to, like, be able to play whatever I want on stream. And I'm at a stage in my streaming where I need a bunch of success right now for me to be able to keep streaming like I have been. So I have to, get a bunch of growth before I can get to a point where I can play whatever I want if I'm going to keep streaming as the main thing that I'm doing. And then if that fails and I have to do something else, then I'm probably not going to stream too much when I'm playing other games. You know what I mean? Like, streaming comes out of my work time of the day. And if that time becomes work, then my game time is going to be, part of my wife time. And so I'm probably not going to stream as much, if that makes sense. So, and unless I explode until, like, the MartianBuu brand is why you watch a MartianBuu video instead of, the game I'm playing is the reason you watch a video. Unless I explode to that point, that's when you would see me, play all kinds of games on stream. Hope you get there. Well, thank you. Thank you. Alright, so we did that one. Now we can do this one. If you could stream whatever you want, what would you be streaming? What would I be streaming right now if like whatever I wanted to play is what I was streaming would be Pokemon Live. Like I'm like super getting the paper TCG hype. And so that's why I'd be streaming. I need to, like, throw a TCG live in here somewhere just to see if, like, does the Pokemon channel want to see me play Pokemon trading card game, or specifically just the pocket version of the trading card game? Because if it's just trading card game generally, like if trading card game is going to get the same amount of views as a pocket video, then I would definitely throw in more live. But yeah, that's the game I want to be playing right now. I think the next game that I would play on stream, if the success of a video was not dependent on the game that I'm playing, then the next one I would play would be probably Monster Hunter, which I think comes out in February. I like Monster Hunter a lot, but I like Monster Hunter a lot, but I wouldn't stream it because nobody would watch my YouTube video. Pokemon Live is the one that is the exact same as the real life one. Correct. Yeah. Pokemon Live is paper Pokemon, but in digital. Waiting for my opponent to return. Are they over it? I mean, if I'm going to be playing Magnemite, they're out. I wonder if, like, you know, do they see this board and assume I'm running Pikachu EX and just leave? I haven't played an EX yet, right? I'm playing a non-EX version of Lightning Box. Alright. Because it should be an exciting thing to see, you'd assume. Because they're all fighting week. Pocket only stream today? Correct. Next Hearthstone stream is Sunday. Oh, well, that's brutal. It's actually fine for me, right? Because now I don't have to worry about drawing X speed. I can just send up Electrode. KO. Good job, Ander. Way to set me up for success. Hey, Pikachu. Boop. So if they end up sending up Onyx, I could retreat Electrode, send up Pikachu, evolve to Raichu, Lieutenant Surge, knock it out. But then I have to attach energy all over from scratch because my Magnemite got knocked out. So it's a bit of a disaster, if you ask me. Bit of a disaster, if you ask me. We could also top deck a Magnemite, that'd be pretty good. I don't think it matters too much once the... Oh. Well, that changes things. Unless we top deck X speed. An undamaged Primeape is not going to one-hit KO Electrode, so I think my strategy here is going to be retreat Pikachu manually, hit Onyx twice with Electro Ball, and then Raichu them later. It's my new plan. Like Raichu the Primeape. Because we can afford to just, you know... We don't even need to Lieutenant Surge, right? Like, Raichu's just gonna be ready to go by the time Primeape can attack. Opponent, will they see the writing on the wall? This is like checkmate, isn't it? What do you mean X speed? What do you mean X speed? You'd have to Brock and manually attach and have both X speed to retreat that Onyx. Did you forget that it's only -1? Did you think it gave free retreat cost? Did you make a whoopsie doo-doo? Do you guys think that X speed should give you free retreat cost for the turn and not just -1? That's the speediest Onyx you've ever seen. I know, right? MartianBuu! What up, Axel? Howdy duties. Howdy ya doody ya. Hey, they've got new Onyx. That's cool. This Onyx in the paper card game had 4 colorless for something. It's like 80 or something. I forget what the damage was, but it was just 4 colorless for a set amount of damage, and it actually ended up mattering. Like, it was a good card, a good tech card, because there was I forget which deck was doing it, but there were decks that like could just attach that many energy to a Pokemon, and fighting was a relevant weakness for something. So you could attach a bunch of energy to the Onyx and deal and one-shot things. So that's the picture of that Onyx. It was for Pikarom. Have you ever thought about making your own card game? All the time. I need someone to fund me. If someone ever funds me, I'll make my own card game. But I think I'd make a really good one. No Hearthstone today? No. Sunday. I'll play Hearthstone on Sunday. Okay, chat. Where are my Magnemites? Ooh. Is this Magnemites? Surely these aren't both just another Voltorb and another Pikachu. Surely one of them ends up being Magnemite. Yay! I don't know that I want 2 Pikachu in play necessarily, so I'll just chill on that. Will Marshy top deck the Electrode that will end this game? Find out. Oh. It still does it, right? Because of the Lieutenant Surge. They thought they escaped me. Oh, wow, even better. Look at that. We get to knock out their only Pokemon by the power of Lieutenant Surge. Whee! Surge jump scare, yeah. This is my 3rd mark for this game. We had one where I just swept with Electrode, right? That was the fighting one. Then we had this one just now. So that's just 2, right? So we need 4 more, probably. No! I would have thinking. Click too fast. Up against a Goober. Is this going to be one no EX video or each deck gets its own? Each deck gets its own. Oh my goodness. I'm so nasally today. I hate it when I have nasally days. Sweet. Cool. My turn. I'll show you whose turn it is. Hi, Magnemite. Hi, Pikachu. I like all these animations I have to wait through to play my next card. It's the perfect system. Heaven forbid, you know, the tempo of the game actually feel good. If we top deck Electrode, we can swing with Electrode next turn. So hopefully we get an Electrode. Professor's research will not work out for Electrode because we need to play Surge next turn. This game can be so slow in unnecessary places. It wouldn't be Pokemon if it wasn't a good idea executed poorly. That's my opinion. But you know, at least this way we have a like an Electrode to attack with if we top deck Electrode. And then Magneton can just power up the Raichu to knock out subsequent things. I see. Do you have a potion? I guess there's no like, since there's only a 2-2 line and there's no way to get Pokemon back, I guess there's no reason not to evolve there, right? Even though it's definitely going to get knocked out. So this is still pretty good. So next turn, what I'm going to do is I'm going to Lieutenant Surge first to send up the Raichu. And then I can use Volt Charge and attach after so that those lightning don't get wasted. Thanks, Axel. Well, goodbye, Voltorb. I will miss you. Hello, Greninja. I will obliterate you. We have both Lieutenant Surge, right? So we can actually, like, really easily set up to just do it again next turn. But it's like, okay, I guess I'm out. Fair enough. So what are we deciding? That was 3. We need 3 more. All right. Surge be upon ye. Yep. Wow. Excuse me. Ooh. Ready, go. Opponent's turn. Look at that silly snake. I've seen a lot of Wheezing Arbok in this. Like when playing No EX mode. A lot of Team Rocket players. How much would I need to design my own card game? That is an excellent question. I have no idea. I suppose it would behoove me to have both an amount of money that I would assume I'd need and also a presentation for what I would want to make on demand, so that if I encountered a generous donor who would fund a Marshy-made card game, I would just have those figures ready to go. So I should probably think about that, huh? Okay, well, I'm gonna do this, and believe it or not, I'm going to do this. See if we can't get a Magnemite. There it is. Boop. Have you tried the new cards already? How did they feel? There's only one new card, right? So it's just Jigglypuff with the Sing attack. That's the new card. The rest of them, I think, are just reprints. And Jigglypuff feels like a huge upgrade to the Jigglypuff deck. definitely. The new Jigglypuff is certainly a big improvement on the old one. My opponent just abandoned the active Arbok? Interesting. Because if you cornered it, right, you set it up that Ekans can just come up and finish it off next turn. Now I'm sitting here with a full HP Electrode. Oh, the Haunter has a new attack? Alright, let's take a look. Like, the regular one just does like 30 or something, huh? Yeah, that is different. So, the regular Haunter is 80 HP, 1 for 30, with 1 retreat cost. New Haunter making me switch. I see how it is. New Haunter is 70 HP, 1 for 50, but you can get Tails and do nothing, and still 1 retreat cost. So you're losing 10 HP to have less average damage with this promo Haunter? No, that's worse. That's worse. There's no reason to run that. Okay, well, I'm gonna retreat this. Just so you know, you can count me in on a Kickstarter campaign if it comes into question. I'm a game dev myself, and I know it can be hard to get a publisher. Well, thank you for that, Axel. I appreciate it. If I ever get to a Kickstarter stage of a card game, you can bet I'll be blasting you all, letting you know that you can chime in. Thank you. How do you say Pokemon card stats? Like, we say 6 for 6, 7 in Hearthstone? Well, so you can't really... Like, if you're going to talk about the mana cost of a Pokemon, you're going to say what stage it is. So, like, you would start off with, like, it's a stage 2, 130 HP. Like, you would list those two first. And then, when you go to the attacks, you'd say it has 1 for blah. So, Voltorb has 1 for 20. And then, if it's relevant, you say the type too. So, 1 lightning for 20. But, like, there's two... it's not... The stats aren't as simple as Hearthstone stats. So, for Hearthstone, you have the mana cost, the attack, and the health. And then the text is what's interesting. So, you could say it's a 4 mana, 4/5. And it does this. But with Pokemon, you have to say it's a basic with 80 HP, and it has a lightning and a colorless for 80 damage, and that's when you can start to say, like, whatever funny text stuff. So it doesn't translate very well, I guess is my point. I'm, like, vaguely scared of my Electro getting knocked out, which is why I evolved it and missed out on damage. Shouldn't it be 20 for 1? If you want. I've always said 1 for 20. But I see no reason why it has to be that way. So, you could if you want. Chat, my opponent is pressuring my poor Electrode, and I don't appreciate it. I feel like what I'm going to do here is retreat and send up my Raichu to preserve the possibility of Lieutenant Surging next turn, I guess. What does Vileplume even do? I don't think I've ever seen anyone play a Vileplume. Either that or I have. So 3 for 80, and the defending Pokemon is now asleep. Do you guys remember the defending Pokemon? They don't use that. They use your opponent's active now. Glad I attached to the Electrode. Because, like, yeah, I fell asleep. So I have to attack with this little Pikachu on the bench here. Next turn. Yeah, we can still get it. It's just gonna be after we've lost a Pokemon. But yeah, so like a little while back, they changed it from the defending Pokemon to your opponent's active, and I don't know, is that easier to digest? Well, whenever they change terms like that, it's so hard to adjust. Like, they've done this in Magic a couple of times where they've changed what they call converted mana cost. So like, converted mana cost is the total amount of mana, regardless of what type of mana is in a card's casting requirement. And now they've changed that to mana value after having called it converted mana cost for upwards of 10,000 years. So it's really hard for me to, like, not just to adjust, but to accept mana value, because mana value sounds weird to me. I'm so used to converted mana cost, or CMC. Like, anyways, so here I am with a Vestigial, the defending Pokemon, because I grew up with this game. You know, like, I was a kid when I started saying the defending Pokemon. So 4 or 5 years ago, whenever it was, when they switched to your opponent's active Pokemon, I had 20 years of the defending Pokemon in my system. Well, it's unfortunate that we didn't top deck a Magneton, because we could have blown him up again. Hey, Magneton. You know what? I think we're still doing this. I don't know if we're winning this one, to be honest. Because... oh, we're definitely not, right? Because they've already had a point. So I would have had to do what? I would have had to have another Voltorb already, I think is what I needed to have. I don't have anything that survives the Vileplume, yeah. And I don't have any Sabrinas in here because I don't have room. Hey, Lamp. Starting Voltorb, let's go. Bum, 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 bum. I think I could stand to brighten this up a bit. Is that better? I think so. Here's a Pikachu on the bench. Here's a Pokeball. We're up against Meltan, huh? Well, I have all of my basics. That's kind of cool. I would love an Electrode. For my Hearthstone achievements right now, the 8 hands card is so much better than I thought it would be. Oh, that's cool. It's a funny card. Helps when it comes down on 6, for sure. For sure. Let's go top deck Electrode. If my opponent top decks X speed, I'm gonna be a sad Marshy. Please, Electrode. Electrode one time. No. Alright, well, I'll poop. At least we can kind of set up being able to Raichu 2 turns in a row, right? Because we get to attach. We can attach Lieutenant Surge, and then we can charge the Magneton. So that next turn we can charge and attack and Lieutenant Surge again. All right, yeah. But ideally, we just wouldn't lose the Voltorb this turn. So if they have X speed, I'll be sad. Womp womp. On the bright side, it's gonna be a second before they can. It's gonna be a second before they can attack again, because everything requires so much. Unless they want to attack with Mawile, which won't do them any favors because there won't be any energies on my active Pokemon. Hey, Pikachu. But yeah, it would have been nice to have either a Voltorb or other Lieutenant Surge ready to go, I guess. There's the Melting. We kind of need Lieutenant Surge off the top now, don't we? Because if they evolve into Melmetal here, it's going to take more than one attack. Because it's got 130 and then its ability makes it take minus 20. So that's not good. I may end up X-speeding and using spinning attack on the... Well, if I do that, I'm going to have to play Magnemite and hope that I top deck a Magneton. So I don't know. We'll do what we do depending on what we top deck here. I guess what would be really good is if they just amass again. Oh, good. Yeah, I'll just retreat and knock that out with the Magneton. That's fine. And it's extra good because I did not draw a card that enabled anything I would have had to do otherwise, so good deal. I think we have a Professor's Research. No, we used them both. Never mind. So, Lieutenant Surge is a good hit. Magneton's an okay hit. Voltorb's an okay hit. I don't know what else we want. We want them not to have a Giovanni this turn, I think. Mostly, we want to top deck Lieutenant Surge, because as soon as we draw Lieutenant Surge, we win. Nothing survives Pikachu now, unless they potion Meltan on the bench and evolve it. Magneton lives. I also don't think they knocked this out with anything, right? I think it was just checkmate. So what they could do is they could retreat and send up Mawile, right? And then it's just until we draw Lieutenant Surge. Mawile's they're out. They get hit once with the Mawile. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I think that's just checkmate. Well, they still could have had a turn, right? Because it's just when I draw Lieutenant Surge. Excuse me. Alright, I'm going to go away and be right back. I'm back. Pokemons are fun and super nice for you to play. Ba, ba, ba. Starting Magnemite. Kind of fine because, well, A, because my opponent's playing this, but we have X speed and a Pokeball in hand, so we can work towards something. I didn't need another Magneton. Okay, we have. Maybe we just donk them, right? Like, if they do nothing next turn, then I can X speed, send up Pikachu, evolve to Raichu. Well, I have to draw the Raichu, I guess, but otherwise I'll have enough energy to Lieutenant Surge up and do 140. Oh, well, now I don't even have to X speed. Womp womp. Bummer. Boop. How much is Venusaur not EX? Is that 130 HP? Are we about to find out? Even if it had 160, we've done enough chip that all we have to do is top deck Raichu and we're good. Yeah, that's 160, that's a lot. That's a lot. Alright. Well, we did not get the thing we needed. We have 3 good hits in here. We have Professor's Research and the 2 Raichu. Maybe I should have X-Speed instead of Voltorb. But yeah, at this point I need to keep hitting them, right? Because if I miss damage... then they heal back to full, and I can't knock them out in one hit anymore. In fact, if they just Erica us, I think we're really sad. Oh, they can't even use Mega Drain yet. I've got time. What am I thinking? Chat, we're fine. We're fine. You guys are freaking out over nothing. You guys are freaking out over nothing. I guess I'll power that up so that I can just not even use Lieutenant Surge next turn. And maybe I'll evolve that. I kind of want to present that I don't have it, but I'd rather not lose to a red card when I otherwise would win, so... Let's see. If from here... So 50 from an Erica's and 30 from that. They can just heal back to full if they have Erica, huh? So yeah, maybe we're still in kind of a rough spot. And losing the second Pikachu means that once they knock this out, we can't do it again. What? I guess because they didn't have an Erica's, they were like, they wanted to start investing in the other one? Or maybe they pulled a me, and they just kind of assumed that they were already ready to go on the active for no good reason. And so you started putting on the bench. I do that from time to time. It's brutal. Oops. Wow, humongo bungo, you say? Well, I'll be. Seeing Pikachu as the card of the game is amazing. I guess, yeah. Just sat there gnawing. Did all the work. Good job, Pikachu. Chat, do any of you remember this Pikachu art? Who remembers this Pikachu? It's probably one of the most iconic Pokemon cards in Pokemon history. Does anyone remember it? It's not even that exciting. It's just like it was the first Pikachu from base set. I'm pretty sure this is one of the ones where like they got it right too, where like it basically does that. Like I think the first one did have Gnaw for just damage. Yep, I had a second attack too. So the second attack is 1 lightning, 1 colorless for 30. Flip a coin. If tails, this Pokemon does 10 damage to itself. This one has more health, and its Gnaw does 10 more damage. So this one's still the better card, but there you go. Hey, give me a Magneton. It's Gigantamax Pikachu, yeah. I do like that for Gigantamax, they took Pikachu back to his roots of being a little chubster. I think that's pretty cute. I guess I'll pressure with this Pikachu. Or should I chill for a turn and then just, like, clean house with this Electrode? Probably that. Probably that. Hand Scope? Now, if Hand Scope isn't a card of all time, I don't know what is. Alright, we got the Magnemite. That's pretty good. Now we will come forth and Electro Ball my opponent in the face. I don't know about Farfetch'd as a partner for Dragonite. Because that's like... Farfetch doesn't have the health to buy you time, and for it to be worth it, you need to attach an energy to it to put on pressure. But because Dragonite takes so long to power up, you don't have anything to follow that pressure up with. So I think you're better off just not having Farfetch. Like, it's not even just Kangaskhan would be better. It's like Farfetched. Like, you could just go Meowth and the Dragonite line and it'd be fine. Maybe Farfetch works better in no EX format where Pokemon have lower HP. I think it would be it's a decent card for this format. I just don't think it's a decent card for the deck that my opponent has it in. Like, you want something that's going to be able to follow up the Farfetch, the pressure that the Farfetch puts out. But because Farfetch HP is so low, all you're doing is slowing down your Dragonite to not buy your Dragonite anytime. So I don't think Farfetch is good in the deck that my opponent has it in, but I definitely think it would be good for this format just as a general thing. My opponent evolves into Dragonair. I'm actually kind of in trouble, huh? I gotta give my opponent a turn. I think what I do if they have the Dragonair is attack with Pikachu. Okay. I would attack with Pikachu to deal the 20, because, like, I need Dragonite to not be at 160. And let the Pikachu die while the Magneton soaks up some energy to be able to Lieutenant Surge onto Raichu later. But, obviously, they didn't have the Dragonair, so didn't end up mattering. We've taken 2 points so far. So they either have the Dragonair, and I don't have Lieutenant Surge, or... Okay. I was gonna say, or they just lose. Alright, so now I need to get in some Pika chip damage. Thoughts on the Persian Mawile Disruption deck? Does Persian also discard an energy? Is that what it does? Persian discards cards in your opponent's hand? Interesting. Is it 2 for 40? Don't have potion? Uh-oh, chat. Okay, yeah, I actually just lose here, huh? Oh well. I might even lose this turn. Pretty funny. That was the worst thing that could have died. I suppose I can still Lieutenant Surge once, right? But we didn't draw it. So I guess we're just hoping... $50 ends up on one of these two. And the other 150 ends up on that. I don't know. It's still possible that the Draco Meteor could whiff. And then I could come up and finish it off with Raichu. But they need to only take 1 point off of this. So 50 could go here, 50 could go here. But then all the rest of it needs to go on one Pokemon that isn't my Raichu. Almost. Wait, no, I no. They only had 1 point left. I couldn't win from there. Never mind. There was no combination where I would live. Okay. Voltorb. Froakie. That's weak to lightning. They're gonna hate playing with my Voltorb. They're gonna hate playing with my Voltorb. Bruxish. Oh no. Not Misty. What is the best? You know, I bet like Gyarados is a really good non-EX water Pokemon for Misty. I think that's probably what I'd build if I was going to build a water deck for no EX format. Sounds pretty good, actually. Pretty good. Okay. I think we'll find something else. I don't think that's a good last game. Going first. Not the gentle slap. Yeah, I need too much, but you know, there's a possibility that you can attack with Electrode on the second turn if you go first. Because if you start with Voltorb and have a Magnemite on the bench, you can evolve them both on the second turn, attach to Electrode, use the Magneton's ability, and then Lieutenant Surge. And then you can attack with Electrode, but you know, I don't have enough of those pieces. Wish decks weren't so mono energy so you could take advantage of type advantage. Yeah, I think, you know, maybe in no EX mode you can afford to run things like, you know, there's that Clefable and Golbat. Decent colorless one energy attacks. Like, you could probably afford to run those in some decks, maybe, for this. But, like, what's the non-EX monster? It's just, like, Dragon, right? What's Dragon weak to? Is it weak to anything? Or like, is Dragonite weak to anything? I don't think it's ever come up. Is it weak to itself? It's either weak to Dragon or it's weak to nothing, right? I don't think they've put a psychic weakness on it. Yeah, it has no weakness. I love how they've come full circle with that. They started off with dragons having no weakness when they first came out. Then they eventually gave them colorless weakness. And they had that for a long time. Then they added the dragon type, and they had them weak to the dragon type. Then they introduced fairy and had them all weak to fairy. Then they took fairy away and had them weak to nothing. That's the story of the dragon type weakness. Dragonite is weak to dragon. No, I just checked it. It's weak to nothing. Weak to nothing. Alright, well, hopefully my opponent doesn't have something that knocks out my Voltorb this coming turn. Because, we're kind of out of prizes to give up, you know what I mean? If all they can do is hit me with Poliwhirl next turn, then I can top deck Electrode and give them the old Electro Ball for 90. I don't know what my plan is otherwise. Like, is if they evolve into Poliwrath here, I think I'm just toasty roasty, right? Like, especially if they get a heads. But even still, like, it's not like I can send up Raichu and have it take a hit. It, like, yeah, it's Jover. It's Jover. Goodbye, Voltorb. I need to turn my gain down just slightly. That's better, man. Cam Catchem. Okay. Going second's good. We have the Electrode in hand. Ready to evolve. Eevee? How do you guys feel about the Eevee Goldback deck? Eevee and Golbat. Match made in something. I think this tackle sets up the Golbat to get KO'd. I think it has 80 health. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Scary. Pin Missile is actually such a good attack. Like, I think Jolteon would be considered in more Pikachu EX build if it didn't have to evolve from a colorless type Pokemon. But like, 2 for average 80 on a non-EX is pretty good. Kinda have to get lucky, right? Are they just gonna sweep me with that Jolteon? I stopped by to ask what the deck limit in this game is. 20. And to watch gameplay? Alright, cool, sick. Yep. The rare Umbreon. Bum bum bum. Yeah, it'd be cool if they added Umbreon soon. It's so funny, chat. Every Umbreon is worth $1 jillion now. Umbreon is a really popular Pokemon. Wow, my opponent did not roll the amount of heads they needed to destroy me. Three Tails is worked, yep. It's a cut down version, yeah. So they condensed the rules for mobile. It's meant to be a short little version of it. So you only need to take 3 knockouts. It's a third of the deck size. You can only include half the cards, like half the copies of cards. What else is different? Like the starter game different. Like the first turn. What you can do on the first turn rules are different. Man, my opponent just, like, did you see that skill issue? Oh my goodness. What up, Blue Train? Do we think that's enough? Probably not, right? Let me get one more. It's probably gonna be a really short video if I don't. Unluckiest player of all time, do not give him a Misty. Yeah. No energy, so the energies come out of the energy zone. They don't have to go in the deck. That's another big one, yeah. You have a separate little spot that your energies are produced. Ooh. Going second, have Electrode in hand, but that's great for me. Chat. Pound it, PW. Bum, 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 bum. I've learned that you have to really enjoy the mulligan music. Because if you don't, like, embrace it and enjoy it, it'll drive you insane. My opponent's cheating! Chat, my opponent is playing an EX in my no EX mode. Can you believe it, chat? They're supposed to not play any EXs, but they're taking advantage of everyone's desire to not play an EX mode to get free wins, chat. Completely free wins by playing an EX in my no EX mode. Can you believe Kitty Softpaws would just take advantage of me like that? We're queuing with no EX, and they're coming in here with their EX Pokemon to try and feed off of us poor gremlins that aren't using any EXs in their deck. For shame. For shame, chat. Boo. Boo. You know what you're doing, Kitty Softpaws. You big stinky jerk. Big stinky poo-poo. Luckily for us, we're in a much better position than them. I don't understand how they're going to come back from this. Doesn't matter if they brought an EX to a... It doesn't matter that they brought a gun to the knife fight. Their gun isn't loaded. And my knife is as sharp as ever. Do you guys like my analogy? That's all I got. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. You sit there and you stew. Trying to cheat for easy wins. You're just gonna get wrecked. Surge off the top just ends the game. It sure does. I want that sweet justice. But even if not, right? Like, what's my opponent gonna do when I hit them for a jillion with Electrode this turn? They have to retreat again and send up Zebstrika? To what end? And boop. There you go. Yeah. Now what? You gonna Zebstrike on me? They potion the Zapdos. Now what will I do? Now what am I gonna do? Oh, they're just accepting their fate? Good. Accept your fate. Get Electro Balled. Yesterday I got back-to-back immersive Charizards. Nice, nice. I pulled an immersive Mewtwo yesterday, and I was like, well, I guess that's my third one, and maybe I'll turn that into more funny special points. And it turned out it was only my second one. So, Charizard is the only one I don't have two of yet. And Mewtwo is the one I don't want. So, that's my story about that. Versus Cheater. Final Surge. Alright, one more deck. We're kind of chunking right along. I think I'm set up to be done maybe an hour early, which would be great because I don't want to get done with my meeting and then have a ton of like video stuff to start. Alright. Here's my immersive Eevee. I think this is my first time playing any Eevee. I don't think I've done it at all yet. Oh, we might actually get the Ditto. Like our opponent's playing fire. Here's a fire energy. I think right, so it takes 2 fire to use the Ninetales attack. So I have to fire has to be up next for me to attach to this Ditto, I think. But that's my story about that. World's first Ditto value? Yeah, maybe. Love the Eevee art. Look at what Silly Goober trying to evolve. Yeah, he is a silly goober, isn't he? Alright, next up is water. So this, I'm just gonna let this be a sacrificial Ditto then. Because, like, if anything I want to attach to the Flareon to use this, that would knock out a... That would knock out a Vulpix. I guess I'll do this first. That way they have to have a Ninetales and an X-Speed to knock out Ditto this coming turn. And then we'll just evolve into whatever Eevee makes sense. They, like... The EVs definitely need more support to be worth having an EV box deck, right? Like, they're definitely not there quite yet. Alright. Especially if we get a fire up next. I think it's still gotta be Flareon though, right? They can get me with a Blaine on the Ninetales. I'll still chill for a turn. I guess I'm not going to evolve into Vaporeon because... Oh, please be fire. No. With Vaporeon, we have the... like, Misty out. But maybe it does have to be Vaporeon now. I don't know. We have another Vaporeon in our deck. But, like, this thing has the most health and it keeps healing itself, right? So... Nah, I think this is just bad. But, like, Flareon wasn't an option because he requires you to discard specifically a fire energy. If it could be any energy, that'd be different. Because then we could keep the fire. Okay. Water is next. We got another Vaporeon, so I guess that's what's happening. We'll just top deck our Misty and get it ready to go. We actually, okay, so if we get Misty next, right? If Misty is our next draw, and get at least 1 heads. They can't knock us out with the Ninetales on the bench yet. And then we can just Sabrina to take the final knockout. So on, give me the Misty. Misty. Oh. Hi, Misty. Alright, it's over now, right? Like, there's nothing that can be done. So they hit us for 90, and then they come up with the other Ninetales and hit us for 90. Bummer. Chat, I think there's a chance this deck is crazy scuffed. I think this might be a deck of all time, frankly. Going second. Theoretically very good. Here's an Eevee. We have fire coming up first. If lightning's next, I'll probably just evolve the Jolteon. A little scary because of fighting weakness. But you can attack so much faster with the Jolteon than you can the Flareon. It definitely feels like these Eevees are not meant to ever be played together, right? Like... Ooh, Lightning is next. Because, like, the fact that you have to discard specifically a Fire Energy is so bad for being able to run multiple types with the Flareon. And... at least for now, there's no, like... you know... if there was a... supporter that lets you attach an energy to an Eevee, you know, that'd be something. There'd be a reason to run multiple Eevees, but like their attacks aren't super designed to go together. There's no cohesive way to evolve between them, and you can only have 2 Eevees to evolve from in your deck. Like, imagine Ditto could just evolve into any Pokemon. Wouldn't that be interesting? Then you could run 2 Dittos and 2 Eevee like we're doing now, but like it would give you extra Eevees to have out. That would be a cool gimmick for Ditto. They did it once. There's a Ditto Prism Star that can evolve into any stage 1. Ah, thank goodness. Alright, good job, Jolteon. It definitely feels like the first Eevee needs to be Jolteon just because it requires less energy to attack. Wow. I think we played against this person earlier, because they have one of each type of Onyx in their Sandshrew deck. Less energy for potentially just wiping everything out, that's true, yeah. It does... Here, let me evolve first, because you never know. We might get 3 heads, in which case, why not just attach to the Ditto? No heads, perfect. That's just the right amount. That's all I need. No heads. You use some heads on you there, Jolteon, though. Why don't you go ahead and give me 2 heads, please? Yeah, now we have all the time we ever needed. Jolteon hitting Sandshrew makes you eek. It does seem a little funny, huh? We don't mind having to have the lightning hit the Onyx, right? Because we learned pretty early on in the anime that all we need to do is activate the sprinklers, and then Onyx can be hit by lightning. Was that even exactly what happened? What happened was really just they supercharged Pikachu so he could kind of damage Onyx, but like halfway through the match the sprinklers activated and the water just finished him off. You get that reference? Thank you. Quick, put sprinklers on the board. All right. I'll put sprinklers. They're right here in the Flareon's eye. Waiting for our opponent's turn. Does opponent not believe in the bunch of tails? Also, where's their Brock? What are they doing over there? Got a Brock. If they'd had a Brock, stuff could have happened. Waste all our head's energy here. Fully powered FA Vaporeon. Now we can start powering up our Ditto for all the good that'll do. Let's show me the two heads. Alright. Jolteon, you're so good at this. Good job. You're shocked Leafeon wasn't in the launch set? Umbreon is the most popular evolution, it turns out. So if I was going to be shocked that anything wasn't in the launch set, it would be Umbreon. But, yeah, I think they were just, you know, mostly just focusing on first 150 Pokemon as, like, the major theme of the set. And then, like, those EVs were available, so. Like, these are the Gen 1 EVs. I hope the mini set is full of like I hope the mini set is full of metal and dark Pokemon, but like actual dark Pokemon. Every dark Pokemon in the game right now is actually a poison type. There isn't a single dark, actual real dark Pokemon in the whole game. I don't know how I feel about wearing my glasses on my hat instead of on my eyes. I think my major problem with this is that, like, they aren't on my eyes, so I can't see very well. I don't think they're doing me any good on my head. That's better. There's Misty. So let's go ahead and see if we can't get 3 heads on this. 1 heads? Aw. Good enough. I'll take it. At 2 heads we could have XP'd, huh? And now we have to waste a lightning finishing powering up the Vaporeon. That's kind of sad. You're shocked by Jolteon's attack? Yep. I'm pinned by his attack. Maybe that makes it more sense, right? Like, he's not using an electric type attack, he's using a bug type attack. You know, you can hit Onix and Sandshrew with a bug type attack. I'm gonna put that fire energy that's coming up soon on Ditto for my funnies. Bubble Dream. Whack. Alright, we got the Vaporeon going early enough that I think it'll be good. This thing has 130 HP on a stage 1, that's pretty decent. pretty decent. Its damage output is abysmal, but you know, it's kind of tanky. Heals itself. Hi, Flareon. I don't have time for you, Flareon. Right, I have to power up Ditto. Why is Pin Missile Jolteon's attack? Because it has all those pins, and it can like porcupine them. You know how some porcupines can shoot their quills? Do they even do that? I don't know. But like, he has quills, and he shoots his quills. That's the idea behind Pin Missile. Blaine, but that's so rude. That is actually so rude. I wish I had a Sabrina here. Sabrina here would be the nuts. I could also retreat and attack with Ditto, and then finish them off with Vaporeon. Is that better? Yeah, because then Vaporeon won't get knocked out by a potential Blaine, but also... Oh, it has 2 retreat costs? Can I take it back? I wish. I didn't realize that at 2 retreat cost. Now I have to invest another energy in the Vaporeon. It can copy anything? Choose one of your opponent's Pokemon's attacks and use it as this attack. This Pokemon doesn't have the necessary energy to use that attack. This attack does nothing. That's cool that it can go off the bench. I didn't even think about that. I don't think it changes anything. I think it's still terrible. Like, the fact that it requires you to have a specific, like, energy type to go with it is bad news. Alright, so now I need to lose my Ditto, unfortunately. But we can retain this Eevee as an option. Like, we can put the lightning energy over here. And then... well, I guess we'd like the fire energy for our Eevee because we want to be able to use Flareon. Because Flareon one-shots anything they have, right? So maybe what I'll do is I'll Sabrina. I don't have any Giovanni, so I would need to Sabrina twice. I don't know. I think we just finish him off with a Vape, right? Because Vape isn't hitting Ninetales, but it does hit this. We just hope that our next one is... oh, we got... so first of all, we got this Misty, but the next one is Fire, so it's fine. What are you going to do with all these heads? It's always right when it matters, chat. Always right when it matters that we get all those heads. I guess I'll evolve Flareon. I was going to not hold it because I didn't want them to just concede, right? Because they see the writing on the wall. I want them to stick around and get hit by my Flareon. But, like, all that does is open me up to red card. So... my Flareon with each of its different colors. Eevee Box is actually going to be pretty cool in the paper TCG soon. A, because there's a Eevee EX coming out that has an ability that lets it evolve into anything that Eevee could evolve into. So you can run 4 Eevee and 4 Eevee EX in your deck and be able to evolve a ton of Eeveelutions. But also, the regular starters all have Fire, Water, Lightning, or the first set. So the ones that I'm playing in this deck, the Flareon, the Vaporeon, and the Jolteon, all have Fire, Lightning, Water for 280. And then I think they can't attack next turn. But you can use the Glass Trumpet to power energy onto the EVs while they're colorless, and then evolve them into whichever of those three has type advantage, and then you can kind of shift around from there. So like, I think that's gonna be cool. And then some of the other EVs from other gens have interesting like setup attacks, so it can be worth it to add a couple extra energy types to be able to use. Like Sylveon lets you shuffle 2 of your opponent's Pokemon into their deck, you know, so could be pretty cool. I'm excited for you get all those things come out next set. That's 2, so we need 4 more. Can't wait for like 5 expansions from now when we still scared of this garbage card, red card. I think we're gonna see red card drop off dramatically once more cards come out. What's up with this? Is my opponent not connecting? What's going on over there, chat? At what point do I need to just like log off and see what happened? Oh, your opponent did not return within the allowed time. Neat. Free win for me. But they get a free thanks. So good for them. Starting Ditto, is our opponent playing a water deck where it'll matter? I have no Eevee yet. I have some Eeveelutions. No Eevee. Not the dreaded coughing. I don't have any energy in my repertoire for that. Hopefully they play like Pidgeot or something that Ditto can copy. Because it's looking like the energy's going on the Ditto. They are our water deck though, so we're cooking. Oh, okay, fair enough. Good deal. Not the gas leak. Oh, they are a water deck. You weren't even kidding. What's my favorite evolution? It might be Umbreon. It's Umbreon or it's Espeon. I just like that pair. Yeah. Every once in a while, chat. Hopefully they don't have the Koga, right? Like, I'd like to at least be able to use the second strike. And not, like, you know, be out my only Pokemon with energy on it this turn. But we have a lightning energy coming up. That'll be good for the Eevee. Is it really just Wheezing Bruxish? I guess that's an interesting combo. Also, I think I'm going to hold off on evolving Eevee for a turn. and just chip it down with its first attack, or with the Eevee's attack, so that I only need 2 heads on the Jolteon. Actually, I get 2 heads anyway. Do you guys believe in Misty? I kind of don't, and we're like already set up really well with just Jolteon. So maybe I'll just Jolteon. So hopefully we top deck another Eevee. You heard some people talking about Greninja Bruxish? That seems like a decent combo. The problem is, you know, getting a Greninja out. It's like a lot of extra hoops to do 2 for 70, you know what I mean? What's my favorite way of playing Greninja? Mostly just to let it like sit in my collection. The I don't know, how would I play Greninja if I was gonna play Greninja? Maybe I would play it with Bruxish. I don't know. I've heard like Alakazam maybe. I wonder if like just wheezing Greninja is a good combo. I'm not sure. It's just like it's a stage 2, and you know, if you run it in just Water Box, all you're doing is clunking up Water Box most of the time. So I don't think that's a good idea. And if Bruxish is your main attacker in a Greninja deck, it's like so many extra hoops to do just 70 damage, you know? So I don't know. What would I play? Oh, nice. If I top deck a basic, preferably not Ditto. If I get the other basic, I think I have a pretty reasonable chance to win this. Oh, if they have Wheezing and Koga, I just lose, right? They didn't even go for it. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what I'd run with Greninja. Maybe Articuno. And just forget about the Starmie portion. Alright, Eevee off the top, let's go! Alright, so now we just lose. Right? Unlucky. Man, my opponent was a giant jerk. Can you imagine? They just sat there and beat us with their stuff. Well, here's the Ditto, and here's the Ditto. Hopefully our opponent is running Fire, so we can make use of this Fire energy on our Ditto. Why not Starmie Greninja? Starmie, so the reason that if I was going to run Greninja, I would run Articuno Greninja and not Starmie Greninja is because a Stage 2 is a lot of evolutions to find and a lot of deck spots taken up in your deck. So having an attacker that's just a basic Pokemon allows for you to still run all of the good trainers while not having to find too many evolutions for your deck to work. So let's see, I think we're also running bad trainers if we're doing all that, are we? No, we can run literally everything. So 8 Pokemon, 2 Professor, 2 Sabrina, 2 Giovanni is 6, so we have 6 slots left for the 3 good trainers, X-Speed, Potion, or X-Speed, Pokeball, and Potion. Oh, we can sing. Ditto can sing, chat. Fancy that. It can also use Glide. Alright, sick. My opponent having colorless attacks allowed my Ditto to work. But anyway, so Starmie is like, not only do you have to find all of the Froakie evolutions, but you also have to find the Starmie evolution. So that's why I wouldn't do that. Plus, the Greninja damage is kind of cute with the bench damage on Articuno's Blizzard. Like, it gives you the Blizzard damage, the Blizzard bench damage, extra value, because you can finish off things that gets close with the Greninja. So I think that would work better. I guess that's what I'd do if I was going to play Greninja. They woke up. The audacity, chat. Hey, we got an Eevee just in time. So this Eevee is going to evolve into... my opponent's playing a sleep deck. That's so cute. If they evolve into Frostmoth, it'll be good to have a water energy on my Ditto, because then it can use the Frostmoth attack. But yeah, so since the Eevee only needs one more energy to attack as a Jolteon, which is almost certainly what I'm going to be doing with it, I am going to put subsequent energies into the Ditto to be able to use the Wigglytuff's attack. It's 2 for 60, right? When that comes down. Unless my opponent is planning to attack with it this turn, they shouldn't evolve their Jigglypuff, though. Yeah. Aw, Tails. You hate to see it. Evolve into Wigglytuff. At least this is buying us a ton of time to, like, set up EVs and things. Except that we don't need much more time for this EV. This is such like a... Oh, it feels like an old school situation, right? Where you like... You're playing red and blue, and you're up against a gym leader that's slightly ahead of you, and your only hope is to like use your Zubat to hit Hypnosis over and over and over again, so that they stay asleep, and then you chip them down while they're asleep. Awfully rude what you're about to do there, opponent. Awfully rude. I guess I'll save my Ditto, because it could theoretically be nice with Frostmoth later. We'll just attack with this for now. I'm counting on you, Jolteon. Be nice to get the other Eevee soon, because I want to start using these Misty, right? No! Jolteon, you big scrumbus! No! That's what my opponents are supposed to do with Jolteon. What a doofus. He only has 90 health. That's crazy, considering Vaporeon has a 130. Makes sense, though. His attack's really good, except when that happens. Actual disaster. Fingers crossed they don't have Vileplume this turn, but that's a pretty large hand for them to not have a Vileplume yet. Looks like Vileplume's coming down. So all we need to do is wake up and then get all 4 heads, and we'll knock out the Vileplume. I think it's a perfect plan. What? They don't have it? Bold to evolve the Active Gloom if you don't have it yet. That's my opinion. Alright, Jolteon. Give me 1 knockout, please. No. Not again! No! What are you doing over there? Oh, the 8 tails? You're killing me, bro. Really? 2 for nothing over 2 turns? Maybe they'll just drool again. Nah, they had it this time. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Can you evolve your Snom, please? Help me out. Help a Marshy out. I deserve you to at least Snom me. Oh. Alright, well, in that case, I'll send up this one, because we're going to sing if we don't get a heads on Vaporeon. I'm only taking 1 point. Alright, we can attack with Vaporeon. But it's not like, you know... Alright, I think my plan is to sing, hope they don't wake up, then retreat Ditto for Vaporeon next turn and Sabrina for a knockout, and then Sabrina them again for a knockout the turn following. I think that's... Oh man. Jolteon, you big Goomba. You big Bungus. You big stinky soup. Also, they should evolve that Wigglytuff now, right? If they have it. So anyways, I can Sabrina and knock out... I mean, there's no way they don't have a Sabrina in their hand, right? What do they have? They could have anything in there. About 4 cards left. So we Sabrina, we get a knockout. And then if we top deck the other Sabrina, we get another knockout. I feel like that's my out. But we need them to not have a Sabrina. But like, they have so many cards. And surely they have the evolutions that go with them, right? So like, do they have room for Sabrinas in this deck? They haven't drawn their evolutions. Well, I don't know. I feel like they must have a Sabrina, and they'll use it now. There's no way you have 0 Sabrina, right? Surely they have 1. Oh, no, they had that one. Alright. So there's a chance, chat. There's a chance. I need to wake up, though. So I can get Tails on the sleep flip and instantly lose. I need a heads on the flip, and then to top deck Sabrina. Come on, give me a heads. At least give me a heads. Oh, what a disaster. What a disaster. But like, there's nothing to do, right? Yeah, too bad. Very silly. Hey, unless I concede. I'm putting that one in anyway. Like, we got 8 tails on Jolteon. That's gotta be worth YouTube mention. I think that's 3. We need 3 more. Like, Ditto was pretty handy that game, right? So we got to showcase it a little bit. My opponent is Salty. Spelt the way that you would expect Salty to be spelt. Going first. Starting with Eevee. This is a good Eevee in hand to go with going first, theoretically, because we can couple it with Misty. Alright, sick. Wow. Greninja Dragonite, huh? Interesting. Alright. Misty, I'm going to need you to go ahead and compensate a little bit for Jolteon's misbehavior last game. Alright? Don't you do this to me too. I deserve a few heads. Thank you. I guess it wasn't 0 heads. Can't complain too much. Could have been worse. What's the ice block debate of this game? Time to farm comments. I guess the fossil tech is a little controversial. I'm on the fossils can be handy team. Well, I was going to Sabrina for knockout on Froakie, but now they have a second Pokemon that won't even get knocked out by the Vaporeon, so I don't think that's worth it anymore. New Misty. So we could just evolve our second Vaporeon, or a second Eevee into a Vaporeon too, for the sake of Mistying. I could also start juicing up this Ditto, right? So that's a good idea. I'll start, I'll evolve into the Vaporeon for the sake of being able to Misty on that Vaporeon. And I'll start juicing up the Ditto so that I can actually copy a Dragonite attack. You know, if we get to the point where a Dragonite is happening. Alright, 3 heads, let's go! Alright, now we have a complete waste of Vaporeon on the bench over here. That's okay, chat. They're not going to have Dragonite this coming turn. Alright, that's first of all. And then, second of all... I was just gonna cry, I don't know. Oh, thank goodness they evolved that. So now, if they just knock out the Vaporeon with the Dragonair, we can come up with Ditto and copy Water Drip for knockout. But, like, don't evolve it into... Oh, did they already attached to the bench Dratini, right? Okay, cool. So we got time. We have time to power up our Majestic Ditto. This is so risky. I don't know. I think this is a terrible plan. Chat, I feel like this may be a throw. You know what it really was the throw, though? It was the stupid Misty being a Bad News Bears. So if they have Greninja, it's pretty bad. Oh no. I like that I can Shadow Claw. It's kind of cool. In that case, I wonder, should I... Oh. They don't want me to Shadow Claw. I think this might be the end of me, chat. I don't like super care if they discard something from my hand, right? Also, I might just retreat Vaporeon and use the Greninja's attack, huh? Goodbye, Flareon. Except that then they just knock this out. So maybe I don't do that. I guess I just chill. All EV deck can't wait. I know, right? It's sad the lightning energy has to go active, but womp womp. Persian's so interesting. It's so funny, like, we have nothing worth having in our hands, so the discard doesn't matter, even if they do get the heads. Alright, the next energy needs to be lightning. Then we have a chance. It's water, we lose. They could also just not attach to the... Ah, sick! Alright, cool. They can't attack with Greninja next turn. But, like... No, it's fine, right? Like, the... attacking with Dratini is enough to end the game. Too bad. Almost. We really needed just one more heads on between our Misties, and I think we were okay. Well, not really. Did we have a turn where we just sent Vaporeon up? We did, right? I think so. But yeah, if the next energy had been lightning, they wouldn't have had anything. I mean, like, they wouldn't have been able to attack this turn, but, like, would it have mattered? I don't think so. Stupid Misty. Alright, here comes the Ditto. Oh my goodness. Look at this Caterpie Ditto in the tree. We also have 2 Leaf Dittos. Pretty funny. It is a fire deck, look at that. We're gonna get to flare them. For all the good that'll do us. Alright, this Eevee seems destined to be a Jolteon. We get a Jolteon to make up for its failings in that previous game. Actually get a few heads here. That'd be cool. I should evolve the benched Ponyta. I think that'd be really cool. So there's Jolteon. Here's a Ditto. So now all we need is to get 3 heads on this Jolteon, and then my opponent never recovers. That'd be great. Is there any chance that they send up Ninetales? Let's give them a chance to mess up. Because this way we also start tackling a fresh Ponyta, right? Like, we can actually hit it with the flamethrower and take an easy knockout while the Ditto has 1 energy. Oh, no way they did that! Did they not know? Come on. Don't be a goose. Don't be a silly goose. Paid actor. You love to see it. I don't know about that. To be fair, I feel like Ditto is a pretty, like, uncommon thing to encounter. So, like, I mean, how do you not see that coming, though? Do they just not look at my energy pool? I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, other than at least we win. This coming turn, I think my plan is to Sabrina, and I'll just knock out the benched Ponyta if they send that up, but I'll retreat for the Jolteon if they don't. That's my big Marshy plan. Oh my goodness. They're just letting me kill that thing today. They're like, you know what? What if Marshy just kills my main attacker before it ever gets to do anything? What then? Of course, Jolteon could misbehave like he did in that other game. Oh, 1 heads, just 1 more. Good job, Jolteon. You get cake. Mm-hmm. Flare? How will I ever recover? How will anyone recover? Hey, Misty. Jolteon! What are you doing over there, buddy? Why does it have to be this way? Why does it always have to be this way? Answer me that. Opponent has 2 Ponyta and a Dream. Sabrina, here, please enjoy this Ditto. Do we have a Rapidash? We have a Heatmore. Do you guys think my Jolteon can handle 1 heads in this situation? Or is he gonna be a pinhead with his pin missile? Get it? Me neither. Yay! Wow. Please send up the stupid Ninetales to tie to my Ditto. He's never read a card in their whole life, that's my opinion. Hey, Kazakhstan. How you been? There's 3 ditto leaves. Can you spot all the dittos? There's even a ditto on the tree. Like, apart from the Caterpie ditto. Are there more? So, 1, 2, 3, 4 plant dittos, a Caterpie ditto, and 2 real dittos. Are there more? Every time I look at the picture, I see more dittos. The Blaine deck seems to be the deck of the day. Hopefully we top deck a Vaporeon to use our Misty. That would be fine, just fine. It'd be quite grand. Hearthstone is not giving me the best time. I had a 5-win streak to Diamond 2, 3 stars with Libram Paladin. Changed for Sealock, lost 3 in a row. Ah, unlucky. You hate to see the skill issue. Alright, let's see how much of a skill issue I have. Let's go, Misty. Oh? Somewhat talented. Not talented enough. If they evolve both of those Pokemon, I think we're probably a little in trouble. But if they just evolve the back one, or just evolve the front one, I think we're okay. Oh. I guess that's nice, right? Like, they knock out the Ditto, that's fine. We send a Vaporeon and it gets the first hit. So, even if they Blaine, they're not one-shotting Vaporeon. Alright, beautiful. And now they have to reattach to the active in order to do anything with it, so... they lose some attach momentum. That said, the Rapidash only needs the 1 energy, so probably fine. And boop. So... Actually, I might be in kind of a rough spot. Because if they have Rapidash, either this turn or when they play the Rapidash, Blaine gets me close enough, right? So that they deal 120 now, I heal 30, I go back to 40 health on me. That's enough for a Rapidash KO. So yeah, they just need the Rapidash. So the best No-EX deck is the Aggro Fire deck. It's the one I'm seeing the most. I don't know that it is the best. It could be. But, like, I'm also playing, like, just silly stuff, right? So, it's hard to say. I feel like I haven't seen enough Farfetch'd in this mode. The one time I've seen Farfetch'd so far, it's been in a deck that should just never run Farfetch'd. So like it was in a Dragonite deck. But like a lot of decks could be running Farfetch'd and be really fast out the gate. Unless it's even worse than the Redditors thought at first. Remember when everyone was asking for a Farfetch'd nerf? But Farfetch'd is pretty good. In regular mode, it is not any good. In regular Pocket, it's terrible. There's no good deck that would run Farfetch'd if we're running with all the cards. It's a budget card. So it's not terrible. It's like good for a budget card. But once you have all the cards, there isn't a deck that would run it. But in no EX mode, it gets a little bit better. So the health totals are lower, and 40 starts to two-shot most things, and that's pretty good. Especially with the help of, like, if you had a Giovanni. So, like, I would expect to see more Farfetch'd in no EX mode, but it'd be really funny if he wasn't even worth it in this one. Who's best base? Farfetch'd or Kangaskhan? Kangaskhan actually has some applications in the regular mode. So I would say Kangaskhan is better for regular mode. For this mode, I'm not sure. I think it depends on your style of deck. Like, Farfetch'd actually has enough health to survive a few early things. Not like a few things in a row, but like a few types of things. It has enough health to survive. So you could actually theoretically attack with it twice, which is a lot of damage for 1 energy. But also Kangaskhan has a lot of health and also attacks very cheaply, so it could be that that's just better. Alright, well, we're getting to attack with the Flareon. That's pretty cool. Flamethrower! Boop. What was Kangaskhan's attack? It's 1 for flip 2 coins and deal 30 damage for each. So 1 for average 30, which is worse than Farfetch'd, but it has 100 HP, which is substantial compared to Farfetch'd. Bum, bum, bum. It's pretty. Kangaskhan is pretty good if you're good at the game and flip heads. Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, it's like a decent stall card for regular decks. When I was playing Marowak EX, I used to get like 2 heads and 8 tosses. Yeah, you hate to see the skill issue. I'm up against Blaine again. Very popular deck right now. It's a very popular deck in the no EX mode, except that my opponent is not running the Blaine. They're just have a Ponyta. I see. That's something. Ow. I do think Centiskorch would be really good in this mode, as long as you can like just stall a little bit, because it deals 130, right? That's knocking out basically everything. Yeah, so yeah, I could see Centiskorch being really good. It wasn't a skill issue, it was pure misfortune, Copium. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that. Do they have the Giovanni? I wouldn't even be mad, because then I could start attacking with Jolteon next turn. They do have the Giovanni. Very good. So yeah, maybe Kangaskhan is a good Centiskorch partner. That'll buy you a lot of time, to power up your Sentinel Scorch. Jolteon also seems pretty crazy. We had a game earlier where over 2 attacks he did 0 damage. 98, yeah, 90 health is pretty low. But he only requires 2 energies to attack. Bummer. But he only has to do 2 heads now. And I believe in Jolteon. He can do 2 heads. Two energies for potential 160 damage, 40 on average. Yeah, it's not even 80 on average. He does 40 on average. Man, if that thing evolves to Arcanine, I'm so cooked. Like, absolutely wrecked. What does it do? 3 for 122 itself? Is that its deal? Jolteon, you have to at least take out this Rapidash. If you can't do that, you suck. Oh, Jolteon, you big pile of scrumbus! You big stinky butt! Hey, just to let you know, the untapped.gg link on your Greninja video doesn't work anymore. Are they like deleting old decks? That'd be annoying. Wonder what I would have to do for a link. Alright, well, that Jolteon wasn't about the living life, so... Oh my goodness, thank you, Misty. Please, 1 heads. 1 heads. Redeem Jolteon. That's all I'm asking. Does it even matter too much? Alright, sick. So they come up, deal 100, I heal for 30, and deal 80 to them, and then they win. Good for them. Checking out the Greninja link. Do any of the old ones work? Huh. But the new ones work, right? Let's go to yesterday's. Yeah, that works. I guess I gotta bring that up to them later. Cause like, I'm gonna find it like if those deck lists expire, right? Like, I have to use a different site. If I go to untapped.gg and go to my decks, do they just not exist anymore? No, it exists. Weird. Why would that be? Alright. I'm gonna be real, being good at the game and flipping heads doesn't correlate. What are you talking about? Of course it does. Only the truly talented players get heads. That, my friend, sounds like skill issue talk. Are you making excuses for your flipping tails skill issue? You gotta work on that, friend. You gotta flip more heads. People have tried to have a specific style of flipping, so it's proven you can't find a 100% way to hit heads every time. And it sounds like you have a skill issue, my friend. Sorry to say it. But you know, like, you would want me to tell you, right? Like, if you had a skill issue. I'm being a friend here, alright? You do better. Flip more heads. See, this is an incredibly unskillful flip by me. What I should have done there is flipped heads, but I flipped tails, so it's kind of unfortunate. Let's say I was distracted. Use skill issue and still win. That's how to do it. You know, you gotta back up your skill issue with winning anyway. That's how I play Hearthstone. Why does everyone be flopping on my Ditto? Alright. Alright, Jolteon. Speaking of skill issue. Earlier we were able to grasp just how untalented I was by 2 Jolteon turns in a row of 4 tails. Like a complete scrub. And this one's going to be extra funny because we actually only need 1 heads here. Watching people play Jolteon and hit 8 tails in a row. Yep, that's me. But no, we got it. We got there this time. Good deal. Love to see it. Love to see it. Not the Frost Moth. Opponent has Event Greninja. I don't know if I like Event Greninja's picture better. I guess it's okay. Show me the heads. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. I think we lose this one. I like having one of each so they can turn their backs to each other. One of each what? Oh, one of each Greninja? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Heads, tails is the best I can do for you. Yep. Oh my goodness, this is a disaster, chat. We really needed to get a heads on that Misty. That was not good. So next turn, presumably they're gonna knock out my Ditto. And what I can do from there is, so this turn I'm going to Powder Snow, but I can Mist Slash. To finish it off next turn after they hopefully get tails on this flip. If they get heads, I think we're just toast. We're just roasty toasty. Ugh. Alright, I'm out. Goodbye. Okay, this deck sucks. I don't know, this is so bad. I'm glad we're mostly done with it. I think we need 2 more games to make like a really nice video, and like, you know, hopefully we can get that done within the next half hour, and then we can just never touch this deck again. That's the extra sad part about Ditto, right? Is like your opponent can just play around it by not evolving things. Well, I could... No, I don't have a Dark Energy, never mind. For some reason I had it in my head that I could copy Poison Ghast, but I can't. I think I might Sabrina this turn. Does the paper game have resistances? It does. It's it was minus 30 initially, then they nerfed it to minus 20, and now they've buffed it again to minus 30. Well, chat, I don't think this Jolteon is going very far. Hopefully it can take this Weezing with it. Oh, nice. A talented roll for once. Resistance seems sick. Resistance in the paper game right now, I feel like it's vestigial. Because the damage numbers are so inflated that resistance usually doesn't matter, and very few Pokemon actually have resistance on it, so you just kind of get randomly hosed by resistance without thinking about it here and there. You know, like, it's not something that, like, you would never include a Pokemon in your deck simply because it has a good resistance, and you used to do that. But if you increase the amount of damage that resistance prevents, then some decks would just be like unkillable, right? Like, it inflating the numbers in the paper card game has been a big negative for the card game, in my opinion. Like, it's really like made it hard for a lot of old mechanics to work. Like, special conditions and stuff don't really matter, especially not poison. Like, when poison matters, it's like, there's a deck right now that uses poison, but it's not because of poison damage, it's because the Cloth attacker wants to be poisoned. He does more damage if he's poisoned, so like, you would never try to do poison chip. And then you know, like, the other status conditions you just switch and stuff, so like, they really don't matter, right? Like, the scale of the game has changed so much that special conditions and resistance feels vestigial. And even weakness is like you almost, yeah, you just never include a Pokemon these days because of a weakness, right? And you used to tech in side attackers because it's helpful to hit something for weakness. This thing has to high roll 2 times in a row. Almost. Almost. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. But like in the early card game, when you could like throw in something with a fighting weakness or a fighting resistance to be a alternate attacker in your lightning weak deck, in your fighting weak lightning deck, you know, like that's cool. But yeah, wish I could listen to marshy sounds, but I forgot my headphones and I'm on a train. Oh, I'm sorry, Swophone, but you won't know that I'm sorry. Do most paper tourneys have sideboards? None of them do. Hearthstone, paper Pokemon doesn't need sideboards the same way that Magic does, because the tutor and draw in paper Pokemon, or PP for short, is so much stronger. Like there's so much better draw and tutoring in paper Pokemon compared to any other card game. So you can include a tech main board and just find it. Like, not only can you find a tech more reliably, but because your draw and your tutoring is so much, you're not as weighed down when you draw a tech. In the paper TCG, are there specific rules for coin flipping techniques? You have to use, like, your coin can't, like, damage cards, right? If you're gonna flip a coin to resolve a coin flip effect, it can't be like so heavy that it'll damage cards when it comes down. A judge has to be able to prove that it's balanced. Like they have to be satisfied that it's balanced. There are some old Pokemon coins you can't use because they're not balanced. Like people mention a Lugia one. I don't know which Lugia one it is, but the original Chansey one is also weighted, so you can't use that one. Then, if you're going to use a dice, and if you flip, I think it has to be a foot off the table. I think you have to start a foot off the table if you flip a roll. Then, if you're using a dice for a coin flip, which is what most people do, evens is heads, odds is tails. And your dice has to have rounded corners and it has to be translucent. Uh-oh. Jolteon? Unlucky. So I guess I'm going to Vaporeon and hope for a heads here. Oh, thank goodness. Neat. I guess I won't waste my XP then, because I might need it later. You never know. Man, that poison's really gonna take all the bubble out of my drain, right? Oh, your dice has to also be distinct from any dice you're using for damage counters. That way, you don't have like to dispute which dice was which. Yikes. So I'm gonna be at 90 coming back. Alright. Very good. I would prefer to have a Ditto for next turn to be able to... put that water energy on a Ditto, right? Like, because I'm probably going to have to attack with a Ditto at some point here. I had to repair someone's nose today while in class. Uh-oh. How does that go? Like, are you in medical school and you were doing a figurative thing, or did you get a band-aid? Someone hurt their nose? What's that? What's the context? Interesting. That led to my Vaporeon being able to attack again. Ooh, we got a Jolteon. That's nice. I think I'm gonna do this. We're not yet at the point where my opponent is hitting me with the oh, I keep forgetting. This thing does not have only one retreat cost, but we're not at the point yet where my opponent can pick the Vaporeon off the bench with Greninja, so might as well go for the knockout, and we got it. Got it. Let's go. Not the Tentaspool. Alright. Opponent is out of basic Pokemon in their deck. What are they thinking? I like the part where our Jolteon lives, especially that it lives outside of Greninja ping range. So all I have to do is retreat this thing. All the energy I could ever want. Thank you, Misty, for bestowing me with all these extra energy cards. Yeah, we'll retreat, and we can even... Wait, what? We can even repower this thing up. Go Vaporeon, heal yourself to the moon. Let's go. How am I liking No EX? This deck is not very strong, so I think it's a little scuffed. I think if I was trying to like really sweat with this mode, it would be more fun. Like if I was trying to like actually come up to with something that's really good. But so far what I've been trying to do is just like explore strategies that aren't possible in regular mode, and so like I'm playing with like slightly underpowered things, I guess. But overall good, I think. How I feel about it was really going to depend on how well the videos do. Going second. Poor Ditto. Ditto is so bad. I think Ditto should only copy active, and any energy should be enough, right? It should only have to go for total energy, not specific energy. Unless they come out with some kind of like special Ditto supporter, I don't know. I don't know what they would do. Do you think that going first, feeling so bad, should be changed, or is it just a part of the game we should live with? I think that going first will feel less bad when more cards come out. Like, as soon as there's an abundance of strategies that have good Pokemon that have 1 energy on a stage 1 and 2 energy on a stage 2, like, you need that for going first to feel good. So as soon as Pokemon exist that can take advantage of going first, then going first isn't going to seem so bad. But the way things are now, there are very few Pokemon that can take advantage of going first, and those Pokemon aren't even that great, right? Like, you know, Weezing is one of them, and it's like just barely over the line as far as like a good Pokemon for regular mode. And Pidgeot can take advantage of going first, and then you're doing 1 for 30 on your second turn and 2 for 70 on your second turn, so that's like a more fringe Pokemon. It's like you these Pokemon exist that like to go first, but you know, they aren't they aren't the best Pokemon. Two heads, two heads, two heads. Nice. Mm-hmm. But yeah, if they came out with like, you know, an EX that had like 1 for 50 and, you know, 2 for 70 or something like that, you know, that Pokemon would like to go first if it was a stage 1. And we need more basics. We need more basics so our Ditto doesn't die, right? Oh no. Vaporeon, I'm gonna have to ask you to get wrecked. They never both go down, right? So as long as they don't have a second potion, we're fine either way. It would just be so much funnier to attack with Ditto than it would be to attack with Vaporeon. Vaporeon, take one for the content. 200 straight to the dome. For the content, Vaporeon. Come on. This is fine. I don't know why you would do it. There's no reason to do it, no reason not to. No! Oh, man. It was going to be so funny. Can you imagine if we got in the swing with that Ditto? It is, like, you know, it's okay, right? Because we still have the Vaporeon to finish this thing off, but, like, it's not nearly as clip-worthy. All things considered, you know, it went about as good as it could have if it had to go that route, right? Like 150 hit the Ditto. It's not like the, you know, 2 hit the Ditto and this thing had to take 100 damage. Boy, do they have a lot of Pokemon in their deck. Heads. Neat. As far as going first too, like, say they ported Rare Candy over from the main TCG, that, like, in a Mewtwo mirror, if Rare Candy exists, you'd frequently want to go first, right? Because then you can You Ralts Mewtwo, like Mewtwo active Ralts on the bench on turn 1. On turn 2, you Rare Candy into Gardevoir, attach to Mewtwo, Gardevoir onto Mewtwo, and then the turn after, you do it again, and you're the first person to deal 150, right? Whereas if you went second, you have Mewtwo and Ralts on the bench, attach an energy to your active, pass. Your opponent now has 2 energy on their Mewtwo. Coming back to your turn, you Rare Candy into Gardevoir, attach, and Gardevoir, and now you have 3 energy. You still can't use your big 150 attack. Pass, and your opponent can. So, like, that's just an example of how new cards can swing whether going first or going second is more valuable. It's just right now, like, the advantage of going first is you can evolve first, and there aren't the Pokemon in this game that care about evolving faster than, like, you can attach energies per turn, you know? Like, everything that requires evolving tends to still be limited by how fast you can attach an energy to it. So the game is incomplete in the sense that you're still limited by, like, you can't even run 20 good cards yet. Yeah. Yep. If my opponent wants to be a hero, all right, a content hero, they can evolve that Dragonair. They either evolve that Dragonair like a champion, or they don't evolve it like a champion. Please evolve it. Just do it. Do it for my Ditto. Alright? Complete my Ditto's dream. Evolve that Dragonair. Please. Let's go. Give me the Dragonair. Give me the Dragonair. Dragonite, rather. Don't do this to us. Dragonite. Come on. Oh! Can I get some hype in the chat for Buford? The content champion? The content king? What a beautiful, beautiful, kind Buford. Alright. A+ Buford. No notes for you. Unless, of course, you concede here, in which case you go back to being a champion. They're chilling. X speed. Have they decided they want to have a Dragonite active? They're playing around the Giovanni. Alright, that's fair. That's real fair. Okay. Alright, Ditto, you have one shot at this. Why would I even waste an X speed? I have so much, like, Misty gave us so much. Let's do this, Ditto. You got one shot. 1 point. Alright. Let's see it. Draco Meteor. Let's go. Are you kidding me? Oh, disaster. Are they going to get to win because of that? That'd be really funny. They need to knock out 2 things, right? So it's unlikely. Oh, sick! We even get to attack again. Alright, no notes for you, Ditto. You did perfect. Dragonite, Ditto, Buford. I love you guys. Y'all did great. Okay? This is the best it could have... Well, now I'll never forgive you. You didn't even let me attack again. Horrible. Horrible. F-. Lost all your brownie points. Nah, you can still keep some. Alright, well, that was a sick last game for my video. Perfect. And now it's time for me to go. You guys have been great. I'm going to be back on Sunday to play Hearthstone. So if you were sad I wasn't playing Hearthstone, I'll be playing Hearthstone on Sunday. And I'll see you then. I'm not going to bother to raid. I'll see you guys later.